2001.
Okay. And that last motion carried. Okay, I need a motion to go into the Subdivision and Development Authority. To open that. Keith is opening that. Vote. That was carried. Okay, now we are on to, which one are we on? Development Application 25180. Mrs. Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. This is Development Permit Application 25/180, and this application came forward to the Development Authority previously, so we're bringing back an update for you. So the updated proposal is for 2 existing 8x40 storage containers. And this property is owned by George and Anita Kleinsasser, and it's located at Plan 9712093, Block 1, Lot 13, which is number 1, 11409 Black and White Trail. It's 2.13 acres in size and zoned Country Residential District 1. The Development Permit Application 25180 was considered by the Development Authority on February 3rd of 2026. It was the decision of the Development Authority to postpone their decision of Development Permit 25180 to a later meeting. The postponement was to allow the applicant to work with administration to amend the location of the storage containers. On March 12th, Mr. Kleinsasser submitted an updated site plan. The updated site plan indicates that the storage containers will be located east of the residence and comply with all setback requirements in the land use bylaw. The applicant has indicated that if the application is approved, it will take some time to have the containers relocated due to his work schedule. Administration has imposed an additional condition in consideration of this. So I will jump right to our recommendation. And that the recommendation is presented to the Development Authority as a guideline in an effort to assist in the decision-making process. The following conditions may be omitted, altered, or added to as per the Development Authority. The recommendation is that the Development Authority approve Development Permit Application 25180 subject to the following conditions and with the understanding that they will be placed as outlined in the submitted application. Any changes must be submitted for approval by the Development Authority. Numbers 1 through 4, I'm just going to go 1 through 3 are standard conditions. Number 4, the storage containers are to be maintained in good condition and match or complement the exterior finish of the principal building, or must be screened as per section 13.4 of the land use bylaw to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. The development permit is valid for 5 years. Number 6, the county will issue a permit in year 4 if, in the opinion of the Development Authority, the storage containers are not causing a negative impact on the adjacent properties and still complies with the submitted site plan and the conditions of the development permit. Number 7, where the county finds that the conditions of the development permit or the site plan are not being met, or that the use is causing undesirable impacts to the county will issue a notice to the applicant 6 months in advance of the expiring permit that the county will not be renewing the use and development permit. The notice of to the applicant must include the reasons the permit is not being renewed, the date of the permit expiring, and that if the applicant wishes to continue with the use, the applicant must submit a new development permit application. Number 8, should the county fail to issue a new development permit before the expiration of this development permit, the development will automatically be renewed for another 5 years. And number 9, the storage containers are to be moved to the location indicated on the site plan by October 30th of 2026. An alternative recommendation is that the Development Authority deny Development Permit Application 25180 for the following reasons. And that is my report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mack. Somebody, Robin, you're moving?
Jeez. It's going to be that kind of a day. I'm waiting for the vote to come up. Sorry. The applicant is good with all the conditions that are attached to it? If so, I'll move the recommended motion. Okay.
Any questions on it? He's done what we asked him to do last council, or not council, last subdivision. Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. Okay, that's development. They're not here, but I got to read this off anyhow. Your development permit has been approved, subject to the meeting of the conditions that were previously discussed. The county will mail a copy of your development permit. Since there is discretionary use, this is now a 3-week appeal period that the public may appeal the issue of the permit. The permit will be advertised in the Cypress Courier newspaper for the duration of 3 consecutive weeks. If no appeal is filed in 21 days from the date of the issue, the development permit will be valid at that time. If you have any questions, you may contact the develop office to discuss them after today's meeting. Thank you very much. No. We're going to move on to subdivision 26Y01. Ms. Mack?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Subdivision application 26CY01. The proposal is Benchmark Geomatics on behalf of Riverfront Angus Ranch Limited has submitted a subdivision application to subdivide a 1.5 hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section. The owner of the property is Riverfront Angus Limited, and the applicant is Benchmark Geomatics. This is located at Northeast 26127 west of the 4th. This application is intended to subdivide a 1.5 hectare or 3.7 acre parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section for the purposes of creating a separate title. The remainder of the agricultural title contains an irrigation pivot and is 64.7 hectares or 160 acres in size. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of the subdivision is for a family member to purchase and develop the parcel. The applicant has indicated that there is an abandoned gas well and utility right-of-way within the boundary of the proposed subdivision. The property is located along Range Road 71, approximately 1.5 kilometers north of Highway 523. The proposed parcel is vacant, while an existing farmyard is located in the southeast corner of the quarter section. Both the proposed parcel and the remnant agricultural title gain direct access to Range Road 71 from separate existing access approaches. The proposed subdivision will result in the first title to be taken out of the quarter section. It is noted that the proposed subdivision is small in size. However, the surveyor has provided a plan outlining the required setbacks from property boundaries, as well as the abandoned well and existing right-of-way showing a developable area. There are no minimum parcel area requirements in the Land Use Bylaw 2022-09 in the Agricultural District 2. While administration is not confirmed, it should be noted that utility right-of-way easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remainder of the agricultural title. We did circulate this application, and we received some comments. So Cypress County Finances replied that there is a local improvement for West Side Water Co-op associated with this property. Therefore, if the property is subdivided, the county will require notification as to which property the license is to remain with. Cypress County Operations, Fortis, and Telus, as well as Equus, all replied that they have no objection to the proposed subdivision. Westside Water Co-op supplies water to the southeast corner residents. Our lines terminate at that point. Therefore, the proposed subdivision will not affect our system and no easement is required. Westside Water Co-op is unable to service the new subdivision. St. Mary's River Irrigation District replied that if the subdivision is approved, they require that the following conditions be met. If the proposed lot wishes to use water from the district for the yard site, a household purposes agreement must be signed with the district prior to any water use. SMERD recommends the delivery point on the north side of the lands. Any easements required to support this infrastructure should be registered on title. It will be the responsibility of the applicant to obtain any agreements from the applicable landowner. And in order for SMERD to execute the consent to register a subdivision, any outstanding balances owed to by the applicant will need to be paid in full. The Alberta Energy Regulator replied with a map and listing of abandoned wells in proximity to the proposed subdivision. And CNRL replied that they removed the pipeline within the proposed subdivision. We asked that there always be a 5-meter setback from the center of where the well was located. We also asked that written approval from CNRL is given for any permanent surface improvements to be located within 30 meters of where the wellhead was. And Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors replied that the requirements of Section 18 and 19 are met, therefore no variance is required. So I did take some pictures of this property for you. So this is looking south, right from the northern property boundary, with the subdivision proposed to the right. And so this is looking west down the northern boundary at the proposed subdivision area. And just another look at that area. And then this is looking north down Range Road 71 with the proposed subdivision area in the distance. So that takes me to my recommendation. And this recommendation is presented to the subdivision authority as a guideline in an effort to assist in the decision-making process. The following conditions may be omitted, altered, or added to as per the subdivision authority. The recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority approve subdivision application 26CY01 subject to the following conditions. Number 1, it is the developer's responsibility to enter into any necessary agreements with St. Mary's River Irrigation District. The developer will be required to provide written evidence to Cypress County that the requirements of SMRT have been satisfied prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Number 2, it is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all municipal taxes are paid at the time of endorsement. Number 3, the applicant shall submit a plan from an Alberta land surveyor that the pivot and/or end gun does not impact the subdivided parcel to the satisfaction of the development authority prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And number 4, standard condition, the developer is required to supply copies of any right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. An alternative recommendation is that the subdivision authority deny subdivision application 26CY01 for the following reasons, and that is my report.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Does the subdivision authority have any questions for Ms. Mack? Mr. Hawk?
Becky, can you go back to that picture of the approach? Will that approach need to be next, that one there? Will that have to be upgraded? Or is there culverts there and it looks low and holding water?
So at the subdivision stage, as long as the subdivision has direct access to a public road, we are satisfied. When it comes to developing the property at development permit stage for a residence, that approach will get inspected and likely need upgrading and a culvert.
Okay, just so he knows. Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Proctor?
Yes, will this subdivision inadvertently affect the irrigation on the remaining property?
The subdivision is located in a dry corner of the irrigation pivot, so I can't imagine it will affect the irrigation. The aerial photo shows it pretty good.
Okay, Mr. Proctor's moving this. Is there any other questions? Not seeing any other questions. Vote. That's carried. Your subdivision has been approved subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and get arrangements to have the approved subdivision area surveyed if you haven't already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to have met all the approval conditions and to have the survey plan submitted to the Alberta Land Titles by the surveyor or the registration of the separate title. If you have any further questions, you may contact the planner to discuss after today's meeting. Okay, we'll move on to 26Y04.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Subdivision application 26CY04 is Benchmark Geomatics on behalf of Rodney Schmidt has submitted a subdivision application to subdivide a 4.7 hectare parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section. The owner of the land is Rodney Schmidt and the applicant is Benchmark Geomatics. This is located at Northeast 3611-7 west of the 4th. This application is intended to subdivide a 4.7 hectare or 11.6 acre parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section for the purposes of creating a separate title. The balance of the title is irrigated agricultural land and is 64.7 hectares or 160 acres in size. The proposed subdivision is considered to be the first title to be taken out of the quarter section. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of the subdivision is for the sale of the remnant irrigated agricultural land. The property is located along Range Road 70, approximately 1.2 kilometers north of Highway 3, and gains direct access to Range Road 70 from an existing approach. The proposed parcel contains an established yard site with a residence, multiple accessory buildings, corrals, and a dugout. The remnant agricultural title currently gains access from an existing approach from Range Road 70 and from Township Road 120. The applicant has indicated that there are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed subdivision. The irrigation turnout that services the pivot will remain on the remnant agricultural lands. While administration is not confirmed, it should be noted that utility right-of-way easements may be required between the proposed parcel and the remainder of the agricultural title. When we circulated this application, we received some comments. So Cypress County Corporate Services noted that municipal taxes have been paid and that there is a local improvement for Westside Water Co-op associated with the property. Therefore, if the property is subdivided, the county will require notification as to which property the license is to remain with. Cypress County Operations noted that the remnant farmland has existing access approaches from both Range Road 70 and Township Road 120. They also note that there are Westside Water Co-op lines in the area. Fortis, Alberta, TELUS, Equus, and Apex all replied that they have no concerns. Westside Water Co-op has a service to the proposed subdivision. Although it is not tied into the system, it is available for future use. The proposed subdivision will not impact the co-op. No comments were received from St. Mary's River Irrigation District at the time of writing this report. The City of Medicine Hat Environment, Land, and Gas Production replied with the following. A map has been provided displaying the gas facilities within proximity to the proposed subdivision. Surface improvements are not permitted within the City of Medicine Hat pipeline utility right-of-way and within 100 meters of any City of Medicine Hat wellhead, unless the landowner applies to and receives approval from the Alberta Energy Regulator and the city for setback reduction. And any ground disturbances or surface improvements within 30 meters of any City of Medicine Hat gas pipeline or within 100 meters of any gas well will require a crossing or proximity permit agreement. TC Energy replied that they have no concerns. They remind the applicant that for any work within 30 meters of TC Energy's pipeline, written consent is required from TC Energy. As well, they would like to verify the 7-meter setback requirement. And Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors replied that the requirements of Section 18 and 19 are met, therefore no variance is required. The applicant is advised that Highway 3 will be expanded to a 4-lane with limited access in the future. At that time, access to the highway may become somewhat less convenient. At this time, implementation of the expansion plans is considered long range. So I do have some pictures. So this is looking south down Range Road 70. So this again is from the northern boundary with the proposed subdivision area at the far end. Just a closer look at the subdivision area that's proposed, looking south on Range Road 70. Now we're looking north down Range Road 70 from the south boundary at the proposed subdivision area. And then just looking west down that south boundary at the proposed area. So that takes us to the recommendation, and that is for the subdivision authority to approve subdivision application 26 CY04, subject to the following conditions. Number one, it is the responsibility, developer's responsibility to enter into any necessary agreements with St. Mary's River Irrigation District. The developer will be required to provide written evidence to Cypress County that the requirements of SMRD have been satisfied prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Number two, it is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all municipal taxes are paid at the time of endorsement. Number three, the developer is required to provide Cypress County Finances with written notification if the intent is to transfer the local improvement tax for Westside Water Co-op to the subdivided parcel prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. It is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all necessary agreements are executed with the Westside Water Co-op. Number four, it is the developer's responsibility to ensure municipal taxes are paid at the time of endorsement. It looks like I've got that on there twice, Mr. Chairman. Number five, the applicant shall submit a plan from an Alberta land surveyor that the pivot and/or end gun does not impact the subdivided parcel to the satisfaction of the development authority prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And number six, our standard condition, the developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement for any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. And an alternative recommendation is that the Subdivision and Development Authority deny subdivision application 26 CY04 for the following reasons. And that is my report.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. So there would only be 5 recommendations. We would take 4 out of there?
That is correct.
Okay. Dustin or Mr. Vossler?
Yep. I will move it with that recommendation removed.
Okay. Any questions or comments on it? The applicant understands the recommendations? Or the, okay. Not seeing any questions? Vote? That is carried. Your subdivision has been approved subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting the arrangements to have the approved subdivision areas surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to have met all the approved conditions, approval conditions, and to have the survey plan submitted to Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor registered to a separate title. If you have any further questions, you may contact the planner to discuss after today's meeting. Thank you. Okay, we're on to subdivision 26 CY05.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Monroe Surveys, on behalf of Harp Nijar, has submitted a subdivision application to subdivide an existing 1.82 hectare parcel containing 2 residences and yard sites to create 2 separate titles. This is a country residential subdivision, and the owner is Harp Nijar, and the applicant is Monroe Surveys. The legal description is Northwest 7-12-5 west of the 4th and Plan 138 LK Block B. This application is intended to subdivide a 1.82 hectare or 4.5 acre parcel containing 2 existing residences and yard sites to create separate titles. The proposed Lot 1, as identified on the plan of subdivision, is 0.73 hectares or 1.8 acres, while the remnant parcel, Lot 2, is 1.09 hectares or 2.69 acres. The property is located just east of Range Road 60 and is adjacent to the south boundary road on the City of Medicine Hat boundary. The proposed subdivision is located within an existing multi-parcel country residential subdivision that was approved in 1971. The proposed parcels each have existing approaches that provide direct access to the internal service road, Range Road 60. In 2022, Development Permit 22197 was issued for the construction of a second residence on the parcel. The new residence is connected to the Green Valley Water Co-op, while the older residence is being serviced with the water via a cistern. Each residence has its own private sewage system that are contained entirely within each of the proposed lots. The application indicates that there are no oil or gas wells within 100 meters of the proposed subdivision, and the proposed subdivision is located within the City of Medicine Hat long-term urban growth area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. And while administration has not confirmed, it should be noted that utility right-of-way easements may be required between the two parcels. So when we circulated this application, Cypress County Corporate Services noted that the 2025 taxes have been paid and that there is a dust abatement local improvement levy associated with the property. It will be required that we designate the dust control patch to both parcels to align with the dust control policy. Cypress County Operations noted that it may be required that the property boundaries may need to be adjusted to ensure the existing approaches are fully within the boundaries of the parcels. Fortis and TELUS replied that they have no concerns. St. Mary's River Irrigation replied that if the subdivision is approved, the district requires that the following conditions be met. The parcel being subdivided does not have an agreement with SMERD. Use of SMERD water is not permitted on these lands. If this is incorrect and water is being used, please contact our office. And in order for SMERD to execute and the consent to register a subdivision, any outstanding balances owed by the applicant will need to be paid in full. Apex replied that they have no objections. City of Medicine Hat Electric replied that it's outside of their service area. No comments were received from the town of Red Cliff at the time of writing this report. And the City of Medicine Hat Planning and Development Services replied they have no comments. The City of Medicine Hat Environment, Land, and Gas Production replied with the following. A map has been provided displaying the gas facilities within proximity to the proposed subdivision. Surface improvements are not permitted within the City of Medicine Hat pipeline utility right-of-way and within 100 meters of any City of Medicine Hat wellhead unless the landowner applies to and receives approval from the Alberta Energy Regulator and the city for a setback reduction. And any ground disturbances or surface improvements within 30 meters of any City of Medicine Hat gas pipeline or within 100 meters of any gas wells will require crossing or proximity permit agreement. Green Valley Water Association replied that they are at capacity and will not be providing any water connection to the easterly portion, which is Lot 2, of the proposed subdivision. It must be made clear that the potable water to the new easterly proposed subdivided parcel will need to be from another source. The GVWA is requesting for the following conditions should the subdivision be approved. The owner fully understand, acknowledge, and agree that no water connection to the GVWA infrastructure for the easterly parcel created by the proposed subdivision and the old home will occur. The current water access and connection to the GVWA infrastructure, which occurred in 2024 for the westerly parcel created by the proposed subdivision, which contains the new home, will remain as it currently exists. The owner fully understands, acknowledges, and agrees that there shall be no above or below ground provision or conveyance of water obtained from GVWA from the westerly parcel to the proposed easterly parcel. And the owner fully understand, acknowledge, and agree that at their expense, any sale of the proposed easterly subdivided parcel shall include a clear statement in the sales agreement that the purchaser is aware of and acknowledges that no water or service connection to the GVWA infrastructure is available. At such time as a sale or change of ownership occurs, a copy of such sale agreement shall be provided to the GVWA to confirm this condition has been met. Mr. Chairman, we also received a letter after the deadline, which I'm going to read to council, and you each have a copy of the letter as well. So this is April 7th planning meeting to subdivide a 1.282 hectare parcel containing 2 existing residences. I did not receive your correspondence in time to respond by March 25th, 2026. The acreages in this area were planned to provide country living with some livestock and peace and quiet. Green Valley Water Association was formed and water service for single-family dwellings installed in 1991. There is no irrigation on the proposed lots and only one water service presently. The new house next door is not a single-family dwelling. A cistern was installed on this property to capture water in the off hours because of expected excessive water demand. The water in the existing house on this property was cut off. Our water association was advised the existing house on this property would be removed once the new house was complete. This hasn't happened. As a result of this situation, and Airbnb at the former low-cost grooming property and a tiny house in their backyard, our downstream water users have lost pressure. There is no irrigation or water storage on these properties and no further water service available. This is a fire hazard. Subdivision would shrink these properties to 2.24 acres. This is not fair to the peace and quiet of adjoining property owners. Traffic flow on the narrow road entering this area would increase and required water hauling would further damage the roadway that has broken up from recent construction. There are plenty of lots nearby in the Hamptons, Cooley Ridge, Heron Point, and Desert Bloom. Please use good judgment and deny the further destruction of our water service and neighborhood. Respectfully, Aubrey Ellis. So I do have some pictures as well of this property. So this is from the internal service road looking west at the two existing residences. So we're looking north at the older residence on the right and the new residence on the left. And then west down the service road. And just northeast. It's tricky with all the trees in there. That takes me to my recommendation. And that is for the Subdivision and Development Authority to approve subdivision application 26CY05, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, the developer is required to provide an updated surveyed plan that ensures the road approach for Lot 2 is wholly contained within the new property boundaries prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Number 2, it is the developer's responsibility to enter into any necessary agreements with Green Valley Water Association. The developer will be required to provide written evidence that the requirements of the GVWA have been satisfied prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. It is the developer's responsibility to enter into any necessary agreements with St. Mary's River Irrigation District. The developer will be required to provide written evidence that the requirements of SMIRD have been satisfied prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. Number 4, it is the developer's responsibility to ensure that all municipal taxes are paid at the time of endorsement. And number 5, the developer is required to supply copies of any utility right-of-way plans, easements, or agreements which are to be registered as a requirement of any affected utilities to Cypress County prior to the subdivision's registration with Alberta Land Titles. That is my report.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move approval based on the recommended motion. I just have one question for clarity. You mentioned that the existing homes are currently under a local improvement bylaw for dust, I believe it was. So how does that transfer over? Is it that the local improvement bylaw stays with the old residents and then is there's a new one created with the new, or is there a willingness? Because it hardly seems fair to have a new parcel being created and having one of those parcels not contributing to what is a community road.
Yeah, to align with the dust control policy, what will happen is if the subdivision's approved, that local improvement tax will be applied to both properties as they're created. So everybody in the subdivision will be contributing equally to that local improvement.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if that should be included in as a line item so that nobody's saying, well, we didn't know. Would that add clarity to the motion?
As a condition you're proposing? Yeah, we could definitely add that the applicant has to, similar to what we do for West Side Water Co-op, so the applicant is to provide written, well, it's actually not anything that the applicant has to do. It would be for us on our finance side to update our system.
I guess it's technically, though, it's a condition still that Cypress County will provide them with a letter or maybe help me out here, CAO Hogan or
Mr. Taves?
Thank you, and through the chair, I can provide a little bit of insight. That would be captured through our master rates bylaw and be a requirement of the subdivision, regardless of that. So, yeah, automatic.
So that'll just to clarify that, that'll change the cost for all of the other ones. It'll be one more added to it, or it stays the same cost?
There's a flat rate. We won't get into it too deeply, but the dust control is a subsidized program, and so it's just the fair share of having that dust control, the dust abatement in front of your property, and that's kind of the spirit of that, the rate that was set in the master rates.
Okay. Yeah. Any more? That was you or him? Mr. Hawk?
Yeah, through the chair. I noticed that new house is not a single family. It's, looks like it's multi, correct?
Multi-generational.
Multi-gen, the new one.
Yes.
So in this letter, I'm just clarifying, it said the existing house was supposed to be removed. Was that, is that false or true?
I did confirm and look back on the permit. It was not a condition of approval for that house to be removed. The current land use bylaw has some flexibility for having multiple residences on a property. So these 2 residences were approved at the time to remain on the property.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Kirby-White has moved as presented. Nope. You're not, were you weren't amending, you were good with it? I was okay with it. Yeah, he's good.
Sorry, they provided clarification. That was adequate. Thank you.
And the owner knows the conditions on it, understands the water issue on there? Okay, any other questions? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Your subdivision has been approved, subject to meeting the conditions which were previously discussed. The county will now mail you a copy of your subdivision approval. You are advised to begin working towards completing the necessary conditions and getting arrangements to have the approved subdivision areas surveyed if you have not already done so. You have 1 year from the subdivision approval date to meet all of the approved conditions and have surveyed plans submitted to the Alberta Land Titles by your surveyor for the registration of the separate title. If you have any questions, you may contact a planner to discuss after today's date. Thank you very much. Okay, can I get a motion to come out of subdivision? Robin is making, Mr. Kirby-White's making that. Vote. That's carried. We will take a 5-minute break. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. 5.1. Mr. Kirby-White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This notice of motion was brought forward at the last meeting, so I'll reread it and then make the said motion we can discuss. The title is FCM Board Nomination, whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is a national voice of municipal government in Canada, representing over 2,000 municipalities and more than 90% of the Canadian population, and advocates on behalf of local government, both rural and urban, on federal policies, funding programs, legislation affecting infrastructure, housing, public safety, climate, and economic development. Whereas the Board of Directors of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is comprised of over 50 members, representing municipalities from across Canada, including large urban centers and regional caucuses, and includes one elected seat designated specifically for rural municipalities in Alberta, alongside one additional rural representative appointed through the presidency of the Rural Municipalities of Alberta. So the motion would read that Council endorse Councillor Kirby-White to attend the FCM conference and run for the board with the compensation aligning with RMA policy.
Any questions? Oh, sorry, Shane, Mr. Hawk.
Robin, with this here motion, you have attended the conference in Calgary, Ottawa, and you have not brought back any reports. Haven't heard nothing. The Calgary one, you told us that the water line broke. We all knew about that. But it's disappointing that you haven't gave us any reports. I've seen reports from other councillors that attended these conferences that gave to their counties and council, and some of them are just about 2 pages long. And we haven't heard a boo about what was discussed, who you met with, who you talked to, or what you discussed, and none of these conferences that we help pay, that our ratepayers pay for you to go to. So with this new policy here, I see you're not fully 100% covered by RMA, that our ratepayers of Cypress County would have to.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, that's actually not correct. That's incorrect what he's saying right now.
What, we'd have to pay your RDMs, correct?
Your per diems.
Per diems.
The RMA doesn't, oh, what are you saying what it doesn't says, or what he's saying on?
I'm saying that there is nothing in this that is saying that Cypress County would pay anything.
Your RDMs.
Excuse me?
Okay, but if I'm just clarifying for everybody. If we appoint you to go to this, that falls on the policy that says that we pay for per diems to go to. I'm looking for the name of it. I'm just pulling it out.
Do the FCM.
FCM, or our policy states that if it's moved through council.
So there's misunderstanding with this. So RMA has a policy that the director position within the board of directors is compensated completely through RMA's policy. So what I'm asking for right here is simply for council to approve me to be able to run for the board. If successful, I'm already approved to go to the conference, but if successful, all costs that are associated to this fall on RMA and their funding policy. This will actually save Cypress County about $6,000 a year. Because from this point moving forward, the board of directors and RMA would cover my cost of attending the events.
But not your PDMs, because
What
I
it-
got it right here under,
Okay, hold on, one at a time.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, one at a time, so.
under rural municipality, FCM rural municipal member representatives. Under 2C, RMA will not cover per diem expenses for the FCM representatives. Travel expenses, hotels, meals, and airfare will be covered after review and approved by the president or designate. But it does not say that they're covering. It says it will not cover.
Yeah, that reads on number 2C.
2C, under the heading FCM Rural Municipal Member Representative.
That's page 3 of 4.
Right there.
What is the date on this?
This is the newest one we just received from RMA.
Okay, when I spoke with Jason about this, I was told that not a lot had changed, mainly that they were going to be looking for written updates and reports based on the position, which is fine. That's a part of the position.
Just to answer your question, the approval date was February 19th, 2026.
2026, okay.
It's reviewed again next month.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're honestly, and I'll withhold commentation or commentary until Councillor or Deputy Mayor Hawk is completed, and then I'll respond.
I'm done.
So if,
Mr. Proctor?
Okay, just excuse my ignorance here, but I'm new to this. So are we a member of the SCM?
FCM.
FCM.
What is the point of being a member and paying a membership? And I presume we pay a membership to be part of that? What's the point if we're not going to be represented? Why would we be there?
So the direction that RMA has gone, and not RMA, but specifically some of the membership, have been frustrated with some of the federal advocacy work that exists. And the reality, I worked with FCM off and on for about 5 years, 2 years on committees and then 3 years on the board. It's one of the most influential federal voices on behalf of municipal government. It's an important role and an important position for us to be at the table with, not only in that, we have access to a little bit of insight on what's coming, funding models, being at the table, pushing for certain policies, but also to provide balance in a very big country where if you're not at the table, you're basically at the mercy of the rest of those who are. And sometimes we have positions and opinions within this country that don't necessarily align with the rural Alberta spot, and it's a great opportunity for us to sit at that table and speak up and advocate for the needs of rural. If this is the direction of the board of RMA, I know I've spoken with a lot of their executive, and I will fight hard for the needs of rural Alberta at that federal table. We've been effective with it in the past with Paul McLaughlin. I was not aware of this kind of a policy change with regards to the per diems, but I honestly, I still think that it's worthwhile doing. There's three board meetings every year. If they're covering the majority of this would be the equivalent of 8 or 9 days of being involved, maybe 12 days away in per diems. I think that still falls within what's reasonable. With regards to Deputy Mayor Hawk's comments, when we go to RMA, nobody's doing a 2-page report on our events at RMA. We go, we network, we meet people. As a part of this, if successful, and again, what we're voting on today is simply council allowing me to run. If I'm successful in getting on the board, part of the new conditions and expectations of RMA is to have written, and I would actually try to elevate that to being an in-person update on what's going on, because the RMA's approach to advocacy for the provincial government, as well as now branching out, and they have their own division that does some federal work as well. We need to be in tandem, we need to be in line, and so there will be written and verbal updates presented. I will be happy to make those available to the county council here. In addition to that, if there are federal items that are specific priorities for Cypress County, we would need to discuss that so that I actually have something to actually speak on behalf of, because I'm not authorized to lobby on behalf of Cypress County at the federal level unless we have come up with some kind of a federal policy that's specific to us.
With a motion?
Pardon me?
With a motion?
Yeah, with the motion would be good. Like, you know, one of the things that was a very common item that we saw some movement on even this last week, FCM along with SUMA, SARM, AMM, which is the Association of Manitoba Municipalities, RMA, all pushed for the reintroduction of strychnine. It's been a hard push for years. I wouldn't say that we have a win right now, but we have at least some temporary relief with using it. And there's a lot of other items that are on the list. It's been a few years since I've been involved, and I'd like to get back involved with that.
So, Mr. Proctor, do you have a question? I want to move the motion. I think,
I already made the motion. We just,
yeah. I just wanted you to read the motion off one more time. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay.
I don't have a question with it, but I think that Robin has definitely showed his passion towards this association, and like Gary had said, or Mr. Proctor had said, then we do pay a membership into this, and I would like to see Robin be able to take his passion through and support our county with different concerns down at the federal level, so I'm in favor.
Can you read the motion off one more time so everybody knows clearly what we're voting on?
You bet. Thank you. Let me pull up my page again. I got it. The motion would be that council endorses Councillor Kerpeway to attend the FCM conference, run for the board, and that compensation will align with the RMA policy.
Okay.
And I will give reports.
Any questions or comments on it? Vote.
Doesn't want to put that in.
We're recorded. That's carried.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, on to 5.2, you're up again, Mr. Kerpeway.
All right. The following notice of motion has come out of our strategic planning session, and with the consideration of our CAO and our General Manager of Corporate Services. I wanted to bring this forward specifically regarding the Capital Asset Management Program. The whereas is that Cypress County Strategic Plan currently anticipates a 4-year timeline for the Capital Asset Management Program, and whereas accelerating this program would enhance Council's capacity to act on strategic initiatives within the current term. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Council direct administration to bring forward a proposal with a defined time frame outlining options to expedite the program, including potential outsourcing to achieve completion within 1 year. And Mr. Mayor, if I could just speak a little bit to this here, I did have a good conversation with our staff earlier this week, and I want to make sure that I'm very clear in this, that I am in huge support of our team. Andy's doing a great job. Mr. Taves is doing a great job with this, and this is more of a how do we support them further conversation than it is a can we do it better. That's not at all what I'm implying. When we were in our conversations, we were talking a little bit about our program. We recognize that there is a lot of unfunded unallocated reserves that have yet to be established and filled to cover our liabilities that we have, specifically within this capital asset program. And that, knowing what that number is, helps us to plan for the future. And the reality is that all of us are elected on 4-year terms. And my concern with this, and what I mentioned to Mr. Taves, was that my fear is that if we don't try to set a tighter timeline on this and support staff to do it within a tighter timeline, that we may end up finding out at the end of our term what we could have done in our term. And so, in speaking with them, I know that in my initial motion I referenced 1 year, and that was an idea. It was a bit of a target. I'm quite happy for that to be something else. And, but that was the intent of this motion. And Mr. Mayor, I'll hand it back over to you if staff they may have something to present on this too.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taves.
Chairman, just again, the format of notice of motion, staff did take a little bit of time to prepare some presentation as we had in the previous meeting, if council would like to hear that.
I believe if you took the time, we will listen to it.
Yep.
Andy's going to love public speaking by the end of all this. You're doing great.
Just fire your mic up there. There you go.
Okay.
No pressure, but all eyes are on you.
Yeah, I know. So through the chair, I'm here to present on the potential of accelerating our asset management program implementation. So first and foremost, I'd like to express gratitude to Councillor Kirby-White and council in general for having asset management kind of be top billing and you know, focus on making informed decisions in your strategic planning. So like I said, I've got a quick presentation here about what the roadmap was going to look like and then what it could look like in a potential acceleration. So this roadmap, and I know 4 years has been kicked around, this is currently circulating with senior leaders for review and approval, but it's a 5-year plan based on our internal capacity at the moment and our asset management maturity level, which is relatively low, speaking. So it's kind of a structured approach. I spoke about that when the policy was presented. Everything asset management-wise was developed with structure, move pieces in place, everybody kind of pulling their weight, looking holistically, working as a group, trying to move everything at once. It also included having clearly defined levels of service, which needs internal communication, external communication with stakeholders, and then has to be approved by council. So, you know, it's set in stone. This is the level of service we provide on this asset class so that everybody has the set of rules that we're following. It also was to include enough time to come up with life cycle strategies for the assets. So if they're not meeting a defined level of service, or maybe they're meeting it too well and we want to shift some costs, we had time to look at all that in a 5-year program. I'm sorry, I've lost my place. The biggest thing with a prolonged program implementation is we're trying to promote a culture which supports asset management, but also shifts our thinking from more proactive versus reactive. So right now, a lot of things happen and we go out and we rush to make the repairs. We're trying to really recreate the wheel and you know, it's just like your car. If you wait till it breaks down, it's going to be a pretty big expense, but you could go and take it for regular oil changes, regular maintenance. Those are little expenses through the lifetime that prolong the life and hopefully push that big expense further down the road. So again, the whole goal is to get staff buy-in, have the different user departments working together towards a collective goal, you know, have ongoing engagement and communication, just everybody working towards the finish line. That being said, it is feasible to accelerate the program. Again, what would have to be done to accelerate it is, instead of looking holistic and moving a bunch of individual pieces, we'd be looking at one finite outcome. So we'd be specifically looking at data and information gathering and what is the state of our existing infrastructure. So what do we own? What condition is it in? How much life does it have left? And what will it cost to replace? So within this accelerated roadmap, administration staff would be working on a set level of core service areas, so county buildings, transportation, which is roads and bridges, water, sewer, and stormwater, so kind of the core assets. We'd be deferring those level of service discussions for future phases. We'd be deferring the life cycle strategies. We'd be deferring some of the internal policy around data and information management and use of GIS and what information goes into our computer systems and what isn't necessary, et cetera. So again, under, sorry, geez, I'm all over the map here. So under these assumptions that we're focusing, with a sole focus, we're just looking at one piece of the puzzle only, it is probably reasonable to attain the asset information for those key service areas, core service areas, in a 2-year timeframe. It would require time commitment from subject matter experts in those core service areas, so they'd we'd have to have the direction, we'd have to shave off the time, we'd have to make this top billing. It would likely require consultants to establish the condition rating, to, let us know in, their professional opinion how much life is remaining and what those costs were. And, without going too far into the weeds, there's several different studies. We've had several roadway master plans, water sewer storm plans, they're dated, so we'd be getting those dusted off and updated and brought to today's, where we are today, not 10 years ago in some cases. So it's a lot of third-party consultation, and it's likely we're gonna run into a situation where we're gonna need some additional staff designated strictly to asset management, just the sheer volume of data that's coming in, the managing of contractors and consultants, the analysis of the data, the use of, right now, Excel, like what computer programs are we going to use, what can we use down the road. So again, if we were to accelerate, there are some advantages. First and foremost, it gets done in a timelier manner. Council will have a snapshot of data to use, and the most critical data. So what costs are we up against in the next 25 years for those asset classes? It allows council to make, strategic priorities in line with any potential funding shortfalls or priority projects that we might have coming down the chute. And again, it lets you guys make those decisions in this current cycle, which, is a risk for any project we implement. When there's an election, things can change. So it allows us to use the momentum we have right now and get some usable data. There are also some disadvantages. A lot of the key components of an asset management system are deferred to a later date. So what that does is it's a snapshot, today or in 2 years' time of the state. But as we move to future phases and we start to look at some of those deferred things, that snapshot changes. So the direction we set is subject to change with further implementation of the plan. It also is an increased strain on existing resources. So the subject matter, like I said before, they have their day-to-day jobs, but they're going to be, if we're focused on this, some of their, it's going to be prioritizing time and making sure they can do everything. And then with additional use of consultants, there is a potential that buy-in is kind of deferred to a later date. If they're not as involved internally, it might not get that culture. that's not a guarantee one way or another, but, you know, when you're doing it and your hands are dirty, you feel more involved in the project than, hey, we've paid somebody. It's a, you know, there's a risk to that, so. So, I mean, at this time, I can't give you costs and those full resources requirements for expediting the plan. It is feasible. It gives you modified outputs from the original intent, but, I mean, 100% doable. But if council were to choose to go this direction, we'd be able to provide updated costs at a later council meeting with a little more time to go into the weeds, so. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, if I could just ask a question of CAO Hogan. As I respect and understand that a lot of this, the culture trickles down from the top, and what I'm asking for may also not be something that is achievable, and you have the best vantage point on your team and whether or not, you know, some of these subject matter experts are able to free up enough time to prioritize something like this. And I'm just curious on, you know, I value your opinion, and I'm just wondering, is this something that administration would potentially see as a positive as well, or is this a politician that's maybe overthinking something, wanted to do what's good, that ends up not being? I do want your candid feedback on that, please.
Thank you, through the chair to Councilor Kirkwood. I think there are some significant advantages to accelerating the program. I think knowing what we would know, allowing us to plan better for the future. I think that's important. However, I think there's some, and again, Mr. Moon's presentation indicated, one of my biggest concerns is often when we bring a consultant in, we get a report that goes on a shelf. But we didn't actually do it. And I think the comment about getting your hands dirty and getting that buy-in, because one of the things with asset management is it's not just, oh, we're going to look at the numbers, we've got a formula and X number of dollars here. It's actually about embedding the whole concept of asset management into each department. And when a consultant comes in and drops a report on our desk, A, we may not understand it. B, we haven't been involved in it, and C, we might not even get the importance or understand the implication of that report that was just dropped on our desk. And typically when that happens, these reports go on shelves and they collect dust. If you don't feel some ownership of that document, and I think that's probably one of my bigger fears of the acceleration. I completely agree with the presentation. It's absolutely 100% doable. It won't be cheap. It will require us creating this as a priority project over the next bunch of years. I do believe there are advantages to speeding it up. I also believe that there are some headwinds if we were to do that as well. One of them is in terms of that the culture and the buy-in. You know, other disadvantages is going to be costly, and I'm often you know, reminded that we can be good or we can be fast, and sometimes good and fast are not necessarily the same thing. In this case, I think it's a bit different. I think it's possible, but I'm personally on the fence on this myself. Can we do it? 100%. But I do think we will miss out on some of the things that were spoken about in terms of we're going to have to set aside, right now we're building this 5-year program with the discussion on service levels as we go. So everything will be, you know, we're not just, you know, we're not just doing something that we've eventually got to bring another piece back into it and add another piece to it and then flesh it out, and then that might change it. We are coming with a kind of a grassroots holistic project right now that each department and each thing will be done, and that'll be done in 5 years. If we accelerate that program, we will have parts of it completed in its entirety and then have to try to slot in those other things afterwards, and that may or may not be as efficient as we hoped it would have been. It's doable 100%. I think there's advantages to it, but I also think we have to consider what that would look like long term and how that meets, you know, council's vision and council's direction about the asset management program.
Why don't you have a seat? Blaine? Sorry.
I don't care about that stuff. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think there's a thought to this that has an idea of ramping up the timeline of our asset management, but I'm along with CEO Hogan's idea too, that I worry that we'd spread ourselves, and I say staff, too thin, creating these ideas and creating these programs, and we're not going to be able to implement some of the major things that we've already have in place. I think the team has already put together a pretty good asset management plan that I think, as all these things do, they take a lot of time, and we don't really know exactly what's going to need what when, but we have a plan to look to that. I think I'm scared that we spread ourselves too thin and we don't follow through in the plans that we already have in place. So I would be not in favor of implementing this right now.
Any other comments? Mr. Ritz?
Yeah, just listening to the different comments, I have to think ahead, and I'm thinking it's better to do the job well than do it fast. That's kind of my thinking, and that's from experience. Sometimes we got to do it right now. We got to fix this right now, get this thing going. But we don't do it properly. We kind of just patch it together and get the job done, but then we fail to go back and finish fixing it and doing it right. I kind of tend to agree with Blaine, and maybe we shouldn't go at this quite so fast, but we should. And staff buy-in is important, and to feel a part of the project is. We need all the buy-in we can get because we can't do it all ourselves. So that's kind of my thoughts.
Anybody else?
And Mr. Mayor, and to council, just, although the presentation indicated that we don't have a mature asset management program, we're still in our infancy. We are well ahead of most other municipalities. Even later today, there was a motion or a request for decision for the allocation of $11 million into our asset management program. It's 20% of our annual budget. And that's not, we budget, in that $50-60 million a year, but there's 11 million that we found through surplus and other things, good management, and other things that we're able to put back into our asset management program. There are many municipalities in the province, including some larger than us, that are not where we are. So I saying to move faster, I think is great, but we're actually, Mr. Taves and his people have done a phenomenal job of getting us to where we are, and there are many municipalities that can't hold a candle to where we are today in terms of our asset management and the internal culture. So again, it'd be council's decision, but we're doing pretty good, and I think we should be proud, and council should be proud, the fact that they've taken the time to earmark funding and earmark time for discussion and time for some learning about asset management, because this is our future. This is, we talk about asset management, and I remind everybody, including those that are potentially listening online, not managing our assets today means disaster in the future. And we're well ahead of the curve. We're thinking about that on a daily basis. We build this today. What does that look like in 30 or 40 years? And we are well ahead of the curve as far as I'm concerned on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to CEO Hogan, I want to be super clear, and I don't think that we have any disagreement in this. I think that the idea of bringing this forward is actually recognizing the importance and really commending staff for what they've been doing. And I'm reading the motion itself, and I think I want to change the motion, and whether it be defeated, it's fine. Because honestly, at the end of the day, this is more of an opportunity as well, that as we talk about it, discuss it, that if staff sees it as valuable, to advocate for it, because this is the opportunity that we have to say, hey, we'll put additional resources into it. But at the same time, if 5 years is acceptable, my biggest concern is that all of a sudden, if, yes, 1 year was completely not even feasible. I heard that in the presentation. I heard that on the conversation with Mr. Taves and with Andy. maybe 4 years or maybe 3 years is a little bit more feasible. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to change the motion, because the motion right now is actually just to bring forward a presentation. My motion, I'm going to amend that council direct administration to bring back a budget to complete this in 3 years. That way there's the ability to look at, what it's going to cost. We give more time, and it would still finish it up within this term so that we still have the ability, because unfortunately what we do behind this table is subject to change every 4 years. And we recognize the importance of this, and we want to support what we're doing with it. And I think that it's a lot easier to scrap a great program after 4 years with a new council that hasn't been implemented than to have it completed, have planning, have decision-making, have, allocation of funds and reserves set up. So I'm okay if this doesn't pass, but hearing what I've heard from everybody, so the motion, Leslie Ann, if I may, would just be that, are we good? That we direct staff to bring forward a budget for completion within 3 years. If it passes, great, and if it doesn't, I'm okay with that as well. This is more about what staff is looking for and prioritizing.
Motion is for 3 years on the bring back for a budget on that. I respect what you put into this, Robin. I really see where you want to go with it, and I understand because we've been through the cycles before on the election. But we've got so many consulting files that are sitting full of dust and exactly what Mr. Hogan said, we don't even understand some of the stuff in there for our staff to work with. And I really like the hands-on approach that, I know the timeline isn't what we want to see, but I think the hands-on approach is probably better. But is there any other comments? Mr. Proctor?
Yeah, the only problem I have with the 3 years, Mr. Chairman, is we're basically approving something that we could potentially be dumping onto the next council. I would think that 2 years, and then we have some time to work on it ourselves, rather than to just dump it off.
Well, the motion on the floor right now is to bring back a budget on a 3-year timeline. Is there?
Based on what I heard from staff.
Yeah.
If we go 2 years, I think that we're going to be rushing it a little bit too much. At least if we have 3, we can start doing something before the end of the next term, at least get it started. And, it may allow for more of our hands-on. I think it's important to recognize too that this is kind of a, we have a great member right now, and Steve spoke highly about him and bragged him up on his performance and his output. But when you rely on one person and something comes up, sometimes that 5 years can be delayed as well. I just think that maybe that 3 years gives us the ability to maybe bring on an additional individual to help out and get it done a little bit sooner. That allows us. But again, this is just about getting a budget back. If it doesn't make it beyond this, I'm behind our staff 100% with what they're currently doing.
Mr. Hawk?
I'm confused here, because now they got to do a budget, come up with a budget for the proposal.
To do it in 3 instead of 5.
To do it within 3 and do it in 5, but why don't you just get to work and do it and not worry about making a budget? It's to achieve the completion within 3 years, so they gotta. We're just trying to get this done in 3 years, but now we gotta have a.
It's currently slated to be done in 5. So to be done in 3 would require additional output sooner. Budget-wise, it might end up being the same amount. You do it over 5 years with one person versus over 3 years with 2. But, our job is to approve budgets and provide the supports. This gives us staff the opportunity. And again, it also gives council the opportunity to kill this right now too, if that's what the preference is.
Does that clarify it for you?
Yeah.
So the budget would most likely be bringing one more person in to help versus sitting with one guy doing it for 5 years. Is there any other questions? Not Not seeing any. Everybody knows what the motion is. Vote. That was not carried. Okay, on to, where am I? 9.1.
You're sitting right there in your chair.
9.1, access to existing water. Mr. Kirpywhite.
I'd like to apologize to everybody for dominating all the topics here this morning. So this was a notice of motion that is with regards to accessing existing water infrastructure. The whereas Cypress County has established regional water infrastructure across the county, and whereas residents and local cooperatives may have interest in tapping into infrastructure for residential or cooperative use. The motion to be considered on April 21st will read, the council direct administration to prepare a report outlining options, considerations, and potential long-term policy for private property owners adjacent to existing water lines to access that infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Kirpywhite. That's read into the minutes.
Need a seconder?
Oh, second. Mr. Brost is seconding it. Sorry, forgot that. Okay, we're on to 10.1. Bylaw 2026-05.
Thank you, through the chair. Bylaw 2026-05 is being brought back for council consideration for second and third readings. I'll maybe ask Ms. Collins to pull up the diagram if she may. So this public hearing was previously heard by council on March 24th, and no comments or objections were raised during the public hearing. To refresh council on this matter, the portion that's shown in the thick lining on the screen in front of you is the area that is being proposed to be rezoned from agricultural district to highway commercial district, and the adjoining parcel directly to the east is already zoned highway commercial. In administration's review of the application for rezoning complies with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, as well as with the county's municipal development plan. In reference to council's strategic plan, the rezoning aligns with council's goals to continue providing effective planning services, and the recommendation is that council move second and third readings of bylaw 2026-05, an amendment to rezone a portion from agricultural district 2 to highway commercial district.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Somebody want to move second? Keith is moving second. Sorry, Michelle. Keith is moving second. Does anybody have any questions or comments on it? Vote. Blaine stepped out. That's carried. Michelle's moving third. Vote. That's carried. 10.2.
Thank you, through the chair. Working regionally workshop. This is a matter that is being brought forward from a motion at the intermunicipal committee. The purpose is to seek council's direction on participation in a third-party facilitated orientation for the Tri-Area region, encompassing the town of Redcliffe, the city of Medicine Hat, and Cypress County. At the March 9th meeting of the IMC, a motion was passed requesting each partnering municipality bring forward a request for decision to their respective councils. Committee is seeking council's consideration and direction on A, participation in a 2-day regionally focused workshop for all of council CAOs facilitated by a third-party provider, and B, collaboration through the IMC to identify and define regional topics that are to be included in the workshop. Members have expressed interest in hosting the workshop to support effective decision-making, long-term strategic alignment, and to help position the region for continued success. If approved, the session may include topics such as governance roles and shared intermunicipal priorities. Additionally, the The IMC approved the intermunicipal collaboration framework between the Town of Redcliffe, City of Medicine Hat, and County adopted in 2020. Under the MGA, ISCFs must be reviewed every 7 years. This means that our current ICF must be reviewed and ratified by all 3 councils on or before March 2027. Administration notes that staff from each municipality have not been formally directed by their respective councils to proceed on this initiative. This request seeks council direction regarding participation and approval of the associated budget to be shared equally among the 3 municipalities. And through the chair, I did receive confirmation Town of Redcliffe will be considering this item at their agenda as part of their council agenda on April the 13th, and City of Medicine Hat is yet to be determined. The benefits to this motion are benefits of strengthened regional relationships, improved alignment on strategic priorities, and enhanced collaboration in advance of the upcoming ICF review. The disadvantages are the time commitment for council. Source of funding, Cypress County's portion is not to exceed $7,500 to be funded from council other expense budget. And in reference to the strategic plan, the proposal aligns with council's strategic goal of enhancing partnerships, agreements, advocacy, and communication by strengthening and expanding regional collaboration. The recommended motion is that council support the request from the intermunicipal committee to collaborate and proceed with a 2-day tri-area regional workshop facilitated by a third party with Cypress County's contribution, not to exceed $7,500 to be funded from other council expense. Council options are that council deny the recommended action and the initiative will not proceed, and alternative is that council direct administration to bring back further information.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Michelle?
I would be happy to make that motion.
You want to sit around for 2 days with everybody?
Well, I think it's about time, and especially if we've got to have it done by March 27, we should do this. And just because we say yes does not mean the city will.
You're saying good things, get your mic on.
She doesn't want to do that.
No, I don't want to do that.
Turn off your mic.
Okay, Michelle is moving the motion as it was read.
As presented, yes.
Any questions or comments on it? Vote. And that's carried. 11.1. Community Association Engagement Report.
Right there. Thank you. Good morning, Council. Through the chair, I will be presenting the continuation of the Community Engagement Report started on March 24th. As a brief recap, we covered the discussion questions related to relationship with Cypress County and the current state of the community associations. The questions focus specifically on challenges they're facing, their expectations for the future, and how the county can assist them going forward. The next set of questions about buildings and maintenance were asked only of the 8 groups operating in Cypress County facilities. Vinerville responded to a small battery of questions to determine their particular needs, but did not participate in the full discussion. While Irvin Rodeo and Desert Bloom operate on county-owned land, they don't have buildings, and so these questions didn't apply to them. Before I get to the first question, I just want to make sure that Council is aware that currently the land lease and facility operating agreements state that the community associations are 100% responsible for building maintenance. I can tell you that most groups were not aware of this, and they were in fact shocked to hear it. So the groups were asked, how confident are you in the awareness of the current condition of your building? 100% said very confident. They went on to detail the building deficiencies and gave specific examples of projects and repairs over time, as well as upcoming needs demonstrating their knowledge. In most cases, there are 1 or 2 board members dedicated to building maintenance and keeping everything working, sort of like a specialty contribution on the board. At the county, there may be a perception that the groups lack awareness and haven't maintained some facilities to the standard the county would like. Groups have indicated that while they are aware work needs to be done, and they have on many occasions notified the county, they are in a holding pattern. They're waiting for the county to come and fix their buildings. We will discuss in much more detail in a future presentation the consequence of this disconnect in roles and responsibilities between the county and the groups. When we get to the financial implications, it will be important to remember that the groups are consciously making the decision not to deal with major upgrades and repairs. It is not the result of thoughtlessness or negligence. They were asked, have you had discussions about the lifespan of the building? This question was asked to get a sense of whether the groups have a working concept of end of life for buildings 40 or 50 plus years old, and ultimately the cost associated with major renovations required to extend that life. Most groups have not discussed building lifespan because they view it as the county's responsibility to manage their asset. Community groups consider themselves to be like renters. They believe it's the building owner who should make sure the roof is good or the furnace is replaced if it goes down, not them. Groups expressed their frustration with the lack of support regarding the buildings. The fact that council is working to establish clear levels of service was very well received by the groups. How are past renovations or modifications tracked and the information passed down to new board members? Only 2 of the 8 groups maintain meticulous records. Most rely on their meeting minutes. As volunteers, they are not operating as a business, keeping detailed records and budgeting for future maintenance needs based on an asset management schedule. Work is being done on a project-by-project basis when the board identifies a need or on a reactive basis if something goes wrong. When you discuss future renovations and upgrades, how much is spent on the fundamental systems of the building versus aesthetic or functional upgrades? 80% said both are equally considered, while 20% said it is the county's responsibility to keep the buildings in shape and they have no intention of covering those costs. Even though groups are waiting for the county to handle major repairs, most are still trying to maintain and improve the buildings within their abilities. This will be made clearer on the next slide. We asked them, are there upgrades and repairs that you have done that you believe Cypress County is not aware of and so does not recognize the financial contribution that you have made to the facility? This question was approached very carefully with the groups so as not to imply condemnation for doing things without the county's awareness or consent. We know that poor communication with the county over time has led to groups making a lot of decisions at their own discretion to keep things going and to improve the user experience of their spaces. This is just the reality of what has happened over many years, and it's going to require open communication and clear procedures to get things back on track. So going back to the question, yes, 100% of the groups said they have done work that the county is not aware of. Items on the left are not an exhaustive list, but they demonstrate that they are truly considering all aspects of their facilities not just small or inconsequential ones. They explained that they have done this because if they don't, they have no confidence that the county will. There is confusion in the groups about who is responsible for what. That is absolutely clear. Some of these projects have significant price tags, but you'll notice that the list does not include any large-scale undertakings like roof replacement or full-scale electrical or HVAC system overhauls. The takeaway here is that this information challenges the perception that the groups come to the county for money all the time and for everything. That is not the situation that's happening. Do you feel qualified to fill out the annual building inspection checklist? 83% said yes, yes.
I got a question.
If you just back up, I'm curious, what is a dasher board?
Those
Dasher
are
board with
around a hockey rink, the boards.
Oh, I didn't know they were called dasher.
So if the inspection is in-depth, no, the groups don't feel qualified to do it. The county, we did send out a building inspection form last year for the first time, and the group said it was either really complicated or confusing. And groups expressed a willingness to help with certain inspections, but they believe that they should be performed by the building owner and in most cases, or a certified or trained individual. And I just want to make sure you see this distinction between being capable and thinking that they should do it. So 83% does not mean willing and able. 83% means able. What response from Cypress County have you gotten in the past if you reported a problem or concern? Interactions were characterized as positive or negative, and the majority of groups had a negative experience when reporting a problem to the county. They said, we got incorrect information. No results. The process was unclear. We got pushback from the county, zero reply, and we stopped calling long ago. Having a single point of contact for the groups now should address many of these issues over time, as well as the establishment of clear roles and responsibilities for the community groups and the county. So that concludes the discussion questions on buildings and maintenance. Does council have any questions before I move on? Okay. So to summarize the discussion portion of the engagement sessions, which was the main body, but not all of it, they were open and honest. Yes, groups expressed anger and frustration in some instances, but there was laughter too, and pride in their accomplishments and the programming that they're delivering. The fact that council sent a county representative to ask and listen to their concerns was appreciated, and you could sense that groups felt hope that things might change or get better. The community groups see value in strengthening and repairing relationships with the county, even the ones who were the county's harshest critics. Trust will not be given freely by some of these groups. It will need to be earned as we become consistent with our communication and our service levels over time. I'm now going to move on to the survey results. After the open discussion portion of the meetings was concluded, each group was given an 8-question identical survey. I will present the results for 5 of the 8 questions today. The remaining 3 are financial related and will be presented down the road. 89 people across the 14 groups participated in the survey. Question 1, If everything continues as is, that includes maintenance, current funding, and volunteer support, how long do you think your association or group will remain active? If nothing changes, over half of the community groups believe they won't exist in 15 years' time. That's 62%. Question 2, how would you rate the county's current level of support for your organization? Groups had the choice to rank the county's support as terrible, bare minimum, helpful when needed, or proactive amazing. As you can see from the answers, the groups consider the county's current support level to be in the poor to adequate range. Similar to this question, we asked, how would you rate the county's current level of communication with your association or group? They had the choice to rank our communication as no communication, like pulling teeth to get an answer, slow responses, but we get an answer eventually, or quick responses, we're in the loop and well-informed. 60% of groups indicated that our communication needs work and they do not feel informed. Survey question 4, taking into consideration the costs of recreation in the county and the age of the buildings, which would you prefer? When asked to choose between fewer large multi-use recreational facilities that serve multiple communities and many small halls servicing individual communities, the small halls took it by 75%. This flows, pardon me, out of the discussion question that I shared with you last time. Question 5, what portion of building maintenance should the county and associations be responsible for? Survey participants were almost unanimous that the items highlighted in the left column should be the county's responsibility. The building envelope was defined for them on the survey as including electrical, water and sewer, HVAC, windows, doors, foundation, roof. They also identified that fire inspections, building inspections, and emergency lighting and signs should be in the county's area of responsibility. The highlighted areas in the middle column are areas the associations felt they should be responsible for. These included aesthetic and usage upgrades and interior renovations. Respondents made a distinction with the bottom two, however, that while they should be responsible for them in general, there are instances they believe when the county should share that responsibility simply based on what the project is. These results are a great indicator of how community groups perceive where their responsibility lies in terms of buildings. We can use these results to help in the creation of service levels if council concurs. The county may want to take back control of their buildings and coordinate building maintenance, the envelope, through their asset management team and on a prescribed schedule. They may determine that the strategy of putting 100% of the responsibility on the community associations isn't working, and that service levels going forward will include a reasonable division of responsibility for maintenance. So the key takeaways, the community groups want greater support from Cypress County. Support in their view, however, takes many forms: communication, building maintenance, increased funding, and assistance with advertising and promotion. In varying degrees from group to group, board members are operating pretty thin without the resources they need. Council will now need to consider whether they agree that support should be extended to building maintenance and increased funding. Presentation B next time will supply the costs associated with the above support items to aid council in that decision. The second takeaway is that creation of clearly defined roles and responsibilities for building maintenance are key to both parties finding a stable, collaborative working relationship and ensuring that the buildings are properly maintained. Council can consider the areas of responsible identified by the groups and determine if you agree. They told us what they want, and now council can determine what level of service the county will provide. Again, in the next presentation, we will give you a better idea of the financial implications if council directs administration to assume responsibility for some or all of these areas. Lastly, the perceived value of social programming to the groups cannot be understated. This is the motivation for everything they are doing. The people I have met are dedicated, self-sacrificing. They're passionate about making their communities better. Volunteering is a thankless job that is more often criticized than lauded. While the community groups place an extremely high value on social programming, council has historically considered the grant transactions in a direct for value relationship, meaning county grants don't consider intangibles, such as a young person coming in contact, learning from a community elder, or the feeling you get when you visit in person and you feel like you're part of a physical community. These are intangibles, and community groups want council to consider that social programming has much more value than the financial cost associated with providing it. So we essentially have a direct for value system of grant allocations from the county, which is fiscally trackable. On the other hand, the community groups are telling us that their number one value is in the social aspect of their activities. So the county is tangible, groups intangible. So if an event costs $1,000, the county looks at the receipt for the event and says the value of that event is $1,000. The groups recognize that the cost is $1,000, but the value is measured in the impact on their kids and community. How do you put a price on that? And should we try? So there are two systems seemingly at odds. However, these systems are not irreconcilable. We will be delivering a funding model for your consideration that is both trackable and places a value on intangibles. These two schools of thought do not need to be at war with each other. That concludes my presentation for today. The next steps is, oh, you lost me there. Anyway, the next step will be presentation B, tentatively delivered on May 5th. It will report on the financial discussion questions and survey responses. It will also show and compare the county funding with the self-generated funding that the groups are bringing in every year. And it will outline the concept of the new funding model. Administration will ask for approval of the concept before we complete the full build-out. Then tentatively on June 16th, you will receive a presentation on the complete tested model showing changes in funding per group so you can compare them with previous allocations. And a draft of the updated Rec 2 policy will also be presented for review and feedback to ensure that it complies with Council's vision. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Mr. Hawk?
Very good presentation. I enjoyed that. One question, when when the groups found out on their lease, when they read their lease and that they were responsible for all the maintenance, did they look at you and go, we can't afford that? And we're, how many, in your mind, how many of them groups could really afford all the maintenance of them facilities?
Thank you, through the chair. None of them can afford it. I mean, we're looking at maintenance in these buildings over time that is typically planned for in the future, and funds set aside knowing that certain repairs are going to need to be done in 30 years. But these are volunteer groups. They haven't done that. They're not operating like a business would. So there was definitely a level of shock and surprise from the groups.
Yeah, unfortunately, it changes all the time, so people don't understand that. Any other questions? Very good presentation so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions, we will stop for lunch here. We'll be back at 12:30. Thank you very much. at 11.2.
Robin again. Is it?
No?
How are you? Okay.
You've heard enough from me.
Oh, yeah, it is. We are done too.
Holy cow.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Are we online? Good to go.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will be presenting updates to the Rec 4 sponsorship policy for your consideration. The proposal is that council approve and adopt the revised recreation sponsorship policy to broaden its scope regarding qualifications of sponsorship, to update nominal values to reflect the current costs of merchandise, to add an optional annual sponsorship component, to redefine in-kind sponsorship parameters, and restrict Rec 2 nonprofit participants from year-over-year sponsorship. The proposed policy changes serve to remove the athletic component of the policy completely and expand sponsorship opportunities to all types of social, cultural, and local events that contribute to either the economic, social, environmental, or cultural development of the county and its residents. The sponsorship requests that council receives are historically varied, and the policy changes reflect the unique and diverse nature of incoming requests. Athletic sponsorship will not disappear, it will simply be moved to the Rec 1 athlete development policy at a future date. The addition of an annual sponsorship component gives council the option to approve year-over-year sponsorship for ongoing events that will be granted in 3-year intervals. Then it will be reviewed by council to determine if annual sponsorship will continue or not. This gives council the option to reduce time reviewing yearly requests from repeat groups that are historically awarded funding. The few Rec 2 nonprofit organizations that currently benefit from year-over-year sponsorship for annual events will no longer be able to use this policy to seek additional funds over and above their approved funding under the Rec 2 allocation. Rather, they may only apply for funding through the sponsorship policy for one-off significant milestone events or initiatives outside normal recreational programming. There may be initial discontent from a few groups, but annual recreational programming should be funded according to consistent and fair distribution that applies to all groups equally. In-kind requests will be fulfilled at the discretion of the CAO, who will determine if it is in the best interest of Cypress County to schedule and perform in-kind work or to convert the request to the monetary equivalent and present it to council. In-kind work typically has scheduling, labor, equipment, vehicle, and insurance ramifications that can be mitigated if the applicant has the funds to hire their own help. There are 6 changes in the policy. Just to highlight, the inclusion of the social, cultural, and local events and removal of athletic to the different policy. The promotional material nominal value has increased from $50 to $100. In-kind sponsorship options and approvals that we just discussed, the annual sponsorship component, removal of the Rec 2 nonprofit organizations from year-over-year sponsorship eligibility and restricting them to extraordinary events. And once the annual sponsorship budget is allocated, further requests will be denied for the rest of the year. The cost and source of funding is the Rec 4 sponsorship budget. This is in response to the resolution 2025-374. The council directed administration to revise this policy to allow for year-over-year approval of the Kaleidoscope of the Arts event and any other annual events that similarly align with the Rec 4 sponsorship policy that council wishes to sponsor ongoing. The policy also aligns with council's strategic priority to support recreation and entertainment in Cypress County. Administration makes a two-part recommendation. One, that council approve the Rec 4 sponsorship policy as presented, and the second part, that council review and approve Schedule A annual sponsorship. Options are that council move the recommended actions or that council direct administration accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. Lloyd, you're looking at me, are you moving one? Or? The Rec 4 sponsorship policy as presented? Yep. Okay, that's on the table. What's that? Oh, did you say something there?
He was mumbling something.
Mr. Hawk?
Yeah, I just got a problem with the in-kind sponsorship. Requests will be fulfilled at the discretion of the CEO, who will determine if it is the best interest of Cypress County to schedule and perform in-kind work or convert the request to monetary equivalent and then present to council. I just don't like the thought of a group coming up to me and saying, well, how come this was denied, our request was denied, and I'm going, what are you talking about? I don't know nothing about it. And that I still feel on sponsorship, it's our ratepayers that are requesting it, that us as elected officials should have a say in it. And that's just my thought.
Mr. Proctor?
The only part that I'm a little questioning is further requests will be denied. So if something comes forward after the budget is approved, it's too late. It may be something that wasn't foreseen and still important.
But if there's no money left, then that's it for the year. That's what that's saying. I mean, we only have so much money to go around, and once the money's gone, it's gone. Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the in-kind sponsorship, I'm assuming that that would be like if you're doing a municipal upgrade project and you had local business owners that were willing to do some of the work themselves as a donation and in order to kind of help stretch the dollars. Is that essentially the kind of concept that we're talking about with that right now, or is the context a little bit different?
Through the chair to Councillor Kirby-White. That I think that is one example and one potential. The one example that we have in there that we've been regularly doing for the past number of years is hauling wood chips out for the 4-H event twice a year. So similar to that, I think if we were asked to, say, deliver barricades or some small equipment just to move some material around, those types of things have an in-kind that we're basically implicitly sponsoring that event. It's just with activities of our staff, which we wanted to say has a cost to it that we want council and administration to be aware of.
Don't point your finger, speak. We can't hear you.
I know what, through the chair, through the mayor to Joe, I know what you just said, you know, that council, you said the word council, but this here, our CEO can stop before we even know about it. And that's, I don't care. And like Gary had said, something may come up, an event, you know, sponsorship, it seems like, when you said, you know, we don't have no money left over, but it'd be kind of hard to tell the ratepayers, well, you just put 11 million in reserves or whatever. You mean you couldn't find 5,000 to help out with this event after a catastrophe or after a major event that was unforeseen? So the word, like Gary said, denied is pretty blunt.
Mr. Hogan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. The word denied is because that budget line item would be out of money. If council wants to have that come back to council so council can determine to extend that budget, we certainly could make that amendment to the policy. The other one on the in-kind thing is more often than not, it gets approved as opposed to unapproved. I would suggest that if council wants every in-kind coming to council meeting, we will slow the process up significantly. For example, Dunmore, we move the barricades out for the Dunmore days. If I get a request not in time for a council meeting, and I don't have the authority and the policy to do it, then it doesn't get done. So we'll be bringing it to council then to move barricades, to move wood chips. We get, would I be incorrect in saying we get 100 of these a year? Like, we get lots of them.
I think that it's a significant amount
Yeah.
through the chair, but not, I wouldn't.
Not quite. I know I approve them all the time, and I guess the question really then becomes, they'll just come to council. I'm okay with that, that's fine. But when a group calls on a Wednesday saying we need an in-kind for the weekend, if I don't have the authority and policy, then I'll just have to deny it.
I retrained my thought.
You're retrained. Michelle and then Gary.
Just a comment, but you retrained your brain now, so you're good. That particular thing happened at the Schuler Centennial. I think they phoned on a Thursday afternoon and wanted it there by Friday, and the county was more than accommodating, but it wouldn't have never had time to come to council to make that decision.
Mr. Proctor?
I think to ask our staff to come to council with everything is micromanaging. I think instead of the word denied, anything after the budget is done has to come to council. If it's a, and,
I like that.
yeah, and I'd be very happy with that.
Mr. Kirby-White?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, yeah, and echoing what Mr. Proctor just said, with regards to anything after the budget that is outside of budget, right? Because, like, you know, a lot of this stuff fits within it. And if for whatever reason down the road there's so many, you know, large in-kind donations, we can fairly easily manage that, similar to how we do the purchasing policy, where you have a tiered approach and under certain, you know, amounts. But it's not, I don't think that we have multiple situations where people are asking for $100,000 in-kind donations from the county either. So, yeah.
Mr. Want?
Just question, Judy. I was just looking down further. I see Dunmore and Schuler and Elkwater for Canada Day. They're crossed out, not eligible. Is that, that's under the Rec 4 sponsorship policy?
Yes.
So we're not donating anything to them anymore for that?
So thank you through the chair to Mr. Want. If council wants to continue to fund those, it can be done through the Rec 2 allocation. The Rec 4 sponsorship policy, what we're suggesting is that it should not be used by our current approved nonprofit groups, because 3 have, I don't want to say figured out, but more and more groups would start coming through this for additional funding. And it's a loophole, so to speak, that exists that we need to close.
Thank you.
Mr. Hogan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the in-kind stuff, if council was a bit more comfortable to put a number to it, that in-kind donations of greater than $2,500 have to come to council, in-kind donations of less than 25, or whatever number council wanted. Sometimes we get large, occasionally one of the ones we'll get occasionally is for gravel. Well, gravel has a cost, and I would say that 95% of our in-kind requests are usually approved. But if council was more comfortable having a number, okay, that's fine, and we can calculate what that in-kind cost would be. The policy currently, what the department has recommended is that I can also come to council to convert that in-kind to cash. and say, listen, we think this is going to be about $3,000. Would council be prepared to just write a check for $3,000 and let them do their own thing? Or I don't have the staff, I don't have the time, we're out of gravel, whatever that, or not. But whatever that might be, is the policy does allow me to come to council and say, can we convert that in kind to a cash donation instead, so they can look after themselves? Just food for thought.
Any questions or any changes you would like to do?
No, I think now that it's all been explained, the way it is, I'm good with it, because if it's more, you'll be bringing it to council anyways, and yeah, no, I'm way better with it now, once it was totally explained, a lot of the in-kind requests, what they are.
Who did I have move the first one?
Wait.
Mr. Want moved number 1? Okay. Is there any other questions on it? Vote. Got no voice left.
That's good.
That one's carried. Michelle's moving the second part of it. Council review and approve Schedule A annual sponsorship. Any questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. We're on to 11.3.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to present the Recreation Department's Q1 report. I'll get it. This is an outline of the progress towards this year's primary goal of engaging the community groups and using their input to create new service levels and a new funding model. In Q1, we completed the engagement sessions and the compilation of the discussion and survey results, presenting the findings to council, as well as creating the proposed funding model concept using input from the groups, as well as collaboration with internal Cypress County departments, is currently in progress. Tentatively in Q2, the funding model concept will be presented to ensure that it aligns with your vision before the complete build-out. On March 19th, the Hilda Community Association hosted their Becoming a Community Builder event featuring Ian Hill. The event focused on building up rural communities and the changes in volunteerism that have occurred over the decades. It was centered around the premise that every individual can contribute and make an impact. The event was attended by 84 people across 10 communities. There was an exceptional amount of sponsorship from local families and businesses, as well as the $2,000 sponsorship from Cypress County's FCSS program. The evening ended with 26 call to action forms being filled out by the attendees, 15 of which were from Hilda. The other 11 are being forwarded to the appropriate community groups in the towns they came from, so those volunteers can get connected with their local groups. After the event, Mr. Hill provided the board with a plan going forward to harness the enthusiasm that was generated and keep it going. Overall, the board is pleased with the event and the keynote address. Irvine Minor Hockey sent 2 teams to provincials this year, U13B and U18B female. The U13B team came home as provincial champions. Cypress County sponsored $500 per team to assist with the costs associated. Both teams represented our county very well. Lastly, we are starting to prepare for the 2026 Southeastern Alberta Summer Games, and we've initiated the hiring process of our summer student to recruit athletes and support them at the games, as well as design and build the Cypress County float for this year's Medicine Hat Stampede Parade. That is the end of my report.
Special Olympics, yes, we're supporting them. Is there any questions on the report? One counselor just asked if we were doing anything for the Special Olympics. I do believe we had that in the budget this year, did we not?
Yes, there was, sorry, through the chair, there was sponsorship of $25,000.
Mr. Kirpywhite?
Thanks. I don't have any questions, but I have a comment. And I want to make the comment in front of your boss and your boss's boss, because I get a lot of calls every week, and the most common thing I'm hearing is how wonderful you are doing with the community groups. I hear that every week, and your presentation last meeting and this meeting are here. Great job. I know that it's not easy when you're kind of getting honest feedback from people, but I wanted you to hear it in front of those that you report to as well. Keep up the good work.
Just to add to that a little bit, I've heard great things about, everybody loves the fact that you are doing what you're doing, including me, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 12.1. Oh, there is more. Nope, you're cut off for the day.
Hi, thank you. So through the chair, I will be presenting the first quarter Ag Services report. Okay, so this is some conversations that we've all had about different topics the last few months here. Regulated pests tend to be a big one, specifically about Richardson's ground squirrel, also known as gophers. And now EFPs too is a big one as well. So that's been increased, last year and already starting this year. So that's good. We've had a few calls for rat poison, you can see, and of course rental equipment calls are increasing. So we have a list of producers waiting to use the seed drills and the land rollers. So we've had 2 Ag Service Board meetings. We had a booth at Western Tractor Days in January. We've had a follow-up meeting about salt lever. That's the new prohibited noxious weed. We attended the Ag Service Board Provincial Conference and the Alberta Invasive Species Council Conference. We've had 18 posts on social media. We have done 4 soil erosion inspections, and we've inspected the stationary seed cleaning plant. So this one is blank for now. Nothing has been used yet, but that will increase here shortly. We've got, like I said, a number of people on the waiting list, so that is coming up. And this will, just a quick update with salt lever. So we had a meeting with staff from the province and the agriculture fella from Saskatchewan. Currently, there is 2 herbicides that are registered to use on salt lever, but they cannot be applied by aerial application, and they move in the soil. So given the location where salt lever is growing, they're not an option because it will flow and travel into the river type thing. So at the present, I guess hand picking is kind of our go-to method to start this season with anyway. And then we'll see what happens, going forward with all of that. But the province, Alberta Ag staff are interested in coming down to see the plant in person for one, And they've offered and are willing to help with a pick for a day, so that could be interesting too. Potentially Saskatchewan would send a few people, but that depends on permissions and stuff for travel out of province. So yeah, so that's kind of where we're at with that. We're not sure when it's going to start growing and you know, all those good things yet. So this will be a season of learning and trying to navigate what we're going to do with this prohibited noxious weed. And the rat control streams, so we are in the midst of spring rat inspections along the border. About 98 have been completed in approximately 250 sites in the rat control zone. 7 producers took bait, and there was about 10 cases of that given out, and there have been no reports of rats yet. So we're liable to get a few. Just in general, throughout the year, we tend to get a few calls because people are unsure what they, you know, what they're seeing, what the dog has brought up, or that sort of thing. So. And the resource management stream of funding, so this is the environmental farm plans. 6 have been approved so far this year already. Last year was a record, it was 38. And there's just a high increase because it's an acceptable format for Agri-Invest. So if people are interested in applying for Agri-Invest, they need an environmental risk assessment, and the EFP qualifies for that. So that's why we're seeing a high uptake in that. And ag plastic recycling, we currently have 11 rolled grain bags at the Hilda transfer site and 15 full twine bags up there. So we, you know, we'll hold those until we get enough for semi-loads to go out type thing. That'll be, you know, usually summer, early fall. And for events, we hosted an EFP workshop here in our new ag building across the street. We had 3, no, it wasn't there because we weren't set up with our everything. It was here. But 3 people attended, and they have finished their workbooks and they have been approved. And then we had a tree care workshop on March the 26th, and we had 42 people in attendance. No, 40 registered, sorry, 40 in attendance. So that was very well received, and we were happy with that outcome for sure. And we had a local fella from Rivendell Tree Farm there, and Yard Whispers, Tosa Bozic, was there to present as well. And he's always got scads of information, so people seem to like him. So. And that's it. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. Hawk?
Thanks for the report there, Lisa. With the approval of strychnine now, will the county be dispersing it, and will you have to be taking a course and teaching it, or have you heard any restrictions, or what have you heard about how they're going ahead with this?
So there was a meeting on Friday that I could not attend, but the ag technician listened to it. So yeah, strychnine is approved for about 19 months as an emergent use product. So the raw strychnine has to be secured. That comes from Afghanistan or India, kind of that part of the world. So that's kind of up in the air at this point, probably, to if we can get that or not. And then it needs to be manufactured into 2% strychnine, so that'll take at least 6 to 8 weeks. Then it would have to be distributed, so that would be for Alberta and Saskatchewan with a minimal amount to be done in that time. So with limited quantities, it would be hard to say how much we would get. And if we do decide to go ahead with this, yes, the staff would have to have training, and then we would provide the producer training on how to use it. And yeah, there's going to be, of course, rules and regulations for all of that. There's supposed to be another meeting this week, so I'm hoping that there will be more information, you know, about training and all of that, so we kind of have an idea of what that looks like going forward. Yeah. So it will be available if we choose to go ahead with this, but like I say, it'll be limited. It's probably going to be quite expensive, and you know, it'll have to first come, first serve, or here's a few bottle, you know, like it's not going to be something where we can probably sell 2 cases at a time, because there won't be enough to go around, is what we're picking
The big
up.
onus part will be the teaching.
Yes. So yeah, we got to figure all that out, and if it's going to be an online course through Lakeland College or something like that, or if it's in person, or, yeah, we don't know all those details quite yet, so.
Any other questions? No, thank you.
Good afternoon, through the chair. Emergency Services Q1 reports. I want to highlight this year, our first quarter has been busier than normal. We've seen an abnormal amount of structure fires increasingly over the last 12 to 18 months. And they've all been in the 7 persons response area. Typically, structure fires are our least amount of calls. They are the most complex calls that we do, but we have managed to have good responses, quick responses to contain them to the point of origin and not adjacent to any other structures. One thing we do want to highlight is that Elkwater has seen an 800% increase in calls in Q1. So this time last year, Elkwater to date, to the end of May, has seen 2 calls of service. This year, we are at 18 calls, and the calls in Elkwater are becoming more complex and difficult, to the point where we had to do an overnight shelter in place for a patient back in December until we could medevac them out early in the morning when Halo could fly. Here we just break down our number of training nights. So right now, for a full level service, we should be at 6 training nights for the first quarter, 2 per month. Some stations are a little bit below. Some stations do weekly training just because of the members and working on shifts. But, you know, overall, we are pretty bang on where we should be for our training nights and averaging number of firefighters per call. You know, we have a larger complement than you know, a full-time department because of our men and women and when they work and how they work in their scheduling. So we really shoot for about 25% of our total complement per call per station, and we are bang on there with every station, if not well over. Picture there to the right is actually one of our complex calls about 2 weeks ago, where we had a patient 3/4 way up on the ski hill, and it was a mechanism of injury was very minor, but it was very complex to remove them safely to being medevaced out. A couple highlights. We had a super busy first quarter with training. And we also had our very first ever strategic training session. So we did a full day and then another follow-up, and we're going to do another follow-up at the end of the year. We had a big focus on traffic safety. So late last fall, adjacent county to us, they had a firefighter severely injured on Highway 1. To the point where they had to get medevaced out to the foothills, multiple surgeries, going to be off work for at least 2 years. We are seeing increased number of fire trucks, emergency vehicles, tow trucks getting hit on highways across North America. We are well equipped. However, we want to standardize all of our equipment, so we are undergoing a huge procurement of traffic safety signs, road flares, and how we respond to it. I wish it would be done faster. Securing and procurement of safety supplies has become more complex, especially with all the tariffs and all that. I wish we could say I wish we'd have it all done by now. However, it's not. We're hoping to have it done within the next 2 months. Our guys and girls are not at risk. However, we just want to make sure we up our game and standardize everything throughout the entire county. We had 12 students complete hazmat awareness and operations this quarter. We had one from the Fire Academy join and one from Redcliffe. We also had 16 students complete their level 1 certification, and we had 14 from the county and 2 from Redcliffe. We undergone a huge upgrade in our medical bags. So our number one call for service is medical throughout the county. We've never invested this heavily in medical equipment since probably about 2012. So we are in the process of hopefully in the next 2 weeks rolling out a standardized medical bag and trauma kit to every single station. And all the equipment is going to be exactly the same. So it doesn't matter what apparatus is there, every single truck is going to have the exact same medical bags and the exact same equipment. And 80% of that was covered through AHS or EHS grant, and the other 20% comes from our continuing funding. We also had an 80-hour advanced first aid course. They are actually writing their exams tonight, and then the final testing on Saturday. And most of the students are actually asking to continue on to their EMR. So we're going to do some gap training so the students can get their EMR, which is a higher level of certification, and that has come from the students. And we had 5 quarterly training sessions this quarter. So each station does 2 training sessions a month. And then every once in a while we do regional training so people can make up. So medical training, traffic management, a couple online seminars that we held in the first quarter too. Some other things I want to highlight is that Cypress County Emergency Services and Emergency Management attended a tabletop exercise last week in Elkwater to simulate a wildfire and the phases it goes through, including up to evacuation of the town site. This was led by Alberta Parks and Alberta Wildfire, and a couple of staff members from Cypress County, myself, and General Manager Cartwright, as well as most of our duty officers attended. And it was a very, very good session. We had members from Alberta Wildfire, CSAR, RCMP, our CPO, as well as park staff, all in the same room. And we were really all on the same page with the topics at hand and how we're going to deal with them in a unified front. But Parks is very aware that they will be definitely leading any kind of emergency within the park, and we are there strictly to assist. We also attended the Halo AGM last week. That was a good meeting. For the month of March, Halo was staffed 84% of the time with medics. That was up increase from February at 61%. So we are going the right direction there with having Halo being staffed. And the other notable is that our fire training grant came in this year 2/3 decrease from last year. So last year we got about $28,000. This year we got $6,837. The grant was cut in half this year from the province. However, though, that is not going to affect our training at all due to our training budget and how we budget accordingly. That's just a bonus, but unfortunately we'll be using our training funds that are approved to make up the difference in the decrease in the grant. So part of our quarterly training session, as we talked about, is, when we started off, we got our firefighters to make up their own core values. So we had core values in the past. No one really knew where they came from, so we decided to let our firefighters and fire officers do the core values. us as the chiefs and General Manager Cartwright, we left the room for about half hour. We let them make up the core values, and they came back with this group of core values. And, I think that's a really good way to start refresh and go down the right road as a one team. And we really want to emphasize that each station is critical to the entire county, and that one station is more important than the other, and takes all 8 stations together to provide efficient fire response. One of the questions, or we asked them 2 questions, is what one thing that Cypress County is doing well, and 2 things that Cypress County can do better support their stations, and we had a wide range of responses. I wish we could be faster at dealing with all the issues, but with 2 staff, with the 3rd one just coming on, we are working on them. We've had some quick wins with some SCBA masks that they asked for, but we're still working through some of the other asks, which are all reasonable. It's just taking time to secure and procurement of the stuff that they're asking for to make their jobs easier. And it's not a huge value increase, and it will all come out of our already approved operating budget. A couple other highlights is that in the first quarter, the Station 2 Irvin Fire Hall got some new doors. When they got the doors down, they were well rotted. They were wood doors. So we're suspecting we're going to see a huge increase in the efficiency and the heating of this building with these new doors in place, and it really spruces up the building very well. Second picture here was our firefighters training in Brooks on the flammable fluids as part of their level 1 training, and we spent 1 day in Brooks and 1 day in Tabor. This here was from a structure fire earlier in January in 7 persons. Here was our first wildfire on the black and white that was moving pretty fast in high winds. The cause of this fire was because of a burn permit that the homeowners thought they did extinguished. They did absolutely nothing wrong. They did their due diligence. It just, when these winds are coming up, they're extreme. They thought this fire was out for over a week, and then the winds came up, which will lead into our new segue, is that a couple days before we knew those winds were coming, we called around to all of our issued burn permits and remind them to check them, double check them, because a lot of people think they may be out. And we are going to be coming in with more high wind warnings posted on social media, and having a flag warning system, kind of like they do in California, to educate our ratepayers on the winds and how extreme they are and how challenging they are. And all of our outside grass fires or wildland fires of this year have been because of extreme winds with burn permits that were issued and they thought that were out. And here's a picture of our staff at our strategy session for the first full 8-hour day in January. Before I move on to our CPO report, is there any questions for fire?
Mr. Bruce?
Through the chair. I guess the question I have is, so I know we use our data from the province when we use it towards fire bans and those things. Wondering if we're going to use, or is there potential to use our satellite imagery that we have in place to help with that a little bit more, or how you're approaching that this summer?
Thank you, through the chair. So we did secure the satellite as a budget-approved budget item this year. They do have data. However, their data is not plugged into Alberta wildfire data yet. So the GOA, or Government of Alberta Wildfire, has better data than the satellite system for modeling fires. Eventually, they are going to plug into the GOA, but we'll get the exact same data. But right now, we're just currently using the GOA Alberta wildfire data for those decisions. But eventually, that data will be plugged into the ORTEC system.
Good question. Anybody else?
All right, so our CPO, very busy first quarter. Dealing with complaints, he's been a huge asset to us in emergency services, responding to a lot of our calls on the highway, to have the red and blues to support us, to keep seem safe. People seem to slow down more for red and blues than they do just for fire. And he has been pulling people over and giving warnings and fines when passing emergency vehicles that are stopped at the side of the highway. He did have a couple weeks with our new CPO that is in school right now before he went away for 3 months. And then just Jason has been doing some investigations, files, and supporting different files and with planning and development, land use bylaws, and helping rewrite a couple bylaw amendments. Just here's a list of the complaints we had in the first quarter and how they're received. Most of them are received through our dispatch servicing, which is we like to see, versus calling in through the staff or calling our CPO directly. So that's good. Just whereabouts where most enforcement's been done, and where he's spending his time at. And completion of the reports and how long it's taken to get it done and where they're at through the investigation phases. He has done quite a few dog complaints and working with animals owners and get them right back to the right owners or put them into the SCPA, as well as just some dumping in the county and garbage as well. And a couple road use agreements that he's been trying to support on, as well as a picture on the left. He has some very good video footage of the fire in the black and white. And our two CPOs, they were first on scene and they entered both houses to make sure everyone was out before fire got there. Due to high winds and how fast it was moving, we wanted to make sure that everyone was out of the house. We had a report that there was a person that was handicapped. It was non-ambulatory, however, that person did move and it wasn't updated. And the neighbors told us that, but they did 2 quick searches of both those structures before fire got there. That is it.
Any questions? Somebody's got to have a bunch for the bylaw side, really mess them up. All right.
Good afternoon, through the chair. So, as we prepare for our upcoming core certification audit this month, I'll be providing a brief overview of our health and safety performance for the first quarter of 2026. This update will cover topics such as incident reports, inspection of buildings, such as infrastructure and emergency equipment, along with orientation and staff training. In addition to the incidents and near misses, health and safety concerns are also tracked. So these are situations that are identified and reported proactively rather than resulting from an event, but they still require corrective action to address a potential hazard. So in the first quarter, so far we have had 4 incidents, 2 near misses, and 4 health and safety concerns, as you can see there. For the inspections, the monthly and quarterly inspections were completed in this first quarter, and they included so there was a total of 57 altogether, and there was 26 emergency equipment inspections, that's such as fire extinguishers and first aid kits. And then there was 16 building inspections from the north and south yard, and then 15 other infrastructure inspections. These would include areas such as above ground fuel tanks or something that is not a building,
per se. The orientation and training for this quarter included 6 new employee orientations that were completed for new and vacant positions. Along with, you'll see 16 contractor orientations for both new and existing contractors. So for the existing contractors, orientations were just reviewed to ensure that their information remains current. In addition, for staff training, there were 15 staff training events, which included 9 standard first aid courses, 3 incident command system related courses, 2 health and safety committee courses for 2 new members of the health and safety committee, and 1 health and safety auditor course. In looking ahead, the key priorities include completing our core certification audit, which will take place this month, and continuing the deployment and the rollout and the evaluation of a new health and safety software system, which is in the works as well. Additional work will focus on finalizing our contractor management program, providing various staff training, and there is actually one that we are quite excited about for the 3rd quarter, and that is conflict de-escalation. So that's just a little bit further look ahead, but there's some great things to look forward to. And that concludes my Q1 report.
Mr. Hawk.
Just under inspections, you had 57 of them. Did they all pass and they're all good, or was there some issues?
Thank you through the chair and through Deputy Mayor Hawk. It's not so much a pass-fail, it's a collecting any deficiencies, putting it on our corrective action list, and then addressing them. So yes, we are addressing any issues that come up in a timely manner.
Any other questions?
Can Lloyd attend that harassment one?
And also the health and safety inspections are working their way into the asset management to complete part of the work we'll be bringing to council to have done on the buildings.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add, Councillor Hawk had a request a couple of months back regarding the work alone training. We're just trying to find a council meeting that's not jam-packed to bring probably a 30-minute discussion for all of council on our work alone training. We haven't forgot about it. We're just trying to find a council meeting that doesn't go till 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
On the plus side, the emergency management update will be short this quarter. And actually, Fire Chief Linton had already mentioned the tabletop exercise that we did with the park and wildfire down in Elkwater. I think the only agency he missed there was Alberta Emergency Management Agency. Our South Zone field rep was there as well and took active part in the tabletop. I also will say, as part of our emergency management updates, we'll be using that tabletop basically as some guidance on some training activities that we're going to be doing both with our fire staff as well as some of our agency group here. So it was a really well done scenario and some great after actions that came out of it. In terms of other emergency management updates for this quarter, we conducted an after action review of the Walsh water disruption incident. So back in December when we lost water to Walsh for a day or two. One of our best practices is to always go back and just do an after action review. So look at what was done, what we could do better, what worked well, and if there's any updates that we need to make as part of our planning. So no changes required to the municipal emergency management plan. That actually worked quite well. There was some discussions on levels of service for water delivery during a disruption. The bottled water usage this time wasn't technically part of our plan. So just some considerations of how to update that and risk levels for the drinking water safety plan. So actions that operations taken back and incorporated as part of their planning going forward. The other project that's actively ongoing is the Regional Emergency Management Plan update project. So that's in collaboration with City of Medicine Hat and the town of Redcliffe. So we have selected a vendor, had the kickoff meeting with IMC as the Intermunicipal Committee as the project sponsor. And you all should have received a survey on basically best practice for what's worked well, what doesn't work well when we're talking about regional emergency management. So hopefully you've had a chance to do some soul searching and consideration for that project. And we will be having with council workshop coming up here, hopefully, I guess next month now. We've had some delays with the city. Just trying to get the contractor here for one visit as opposed to two. But looking at next month for a workshop with council for that one. Any questions?
That's the first one you've ever done that short.
You're welcome, council.
Thank you very much.
I got 12 questions.
Only 4 things up there. Okay. We know that, who's next? Oh.
Good afternoon, through the chair. I'm here today requesting council to direct administration to allocate an additional $11 million from the 2025 unrestricted surplus account to restricted reserves. Projected reserve allocations are approved in the annual operating budget each year. In the 2025 budget, approved reserve allocations were set at $10.263 million. Per the establishment of reserves policy ADM 33, the restricted surplus is to be maintained at an approximately $10 million each year. Based on the 2025 income, including recognition of all capital grants, the recommended unrestricted surplus allocation is $11 million. We're recommending the following breakdown for the $11 million. $5 million to go to the building replacement fund, as early speculation is estimating a cost of approximately $4 to $6 million annually for capital maintenance and replacement of existing county buildings. $5 million to go to infrastructure and construction fund, as it's also estimated with this an amount greater than $10 million per year will be required for capital maintenance and replacement of existing infrastructure in the county. And finally, the last $1 million to the stabilization fund is the 2026 to 2030 capital budget includes a transfer out of that fund of $20.97 million. And the allocation will help to build the fund back up for future use. And we are proposing the following council options. So move the recommended action plan, or the council direct administration to allocate $11 million from the 2025 unrestricted surplus account as per council's amendment to the recommendation.
Robin, oh. Okay, Keith is moving it. Does anybody have any questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. We're on to 12.2.
I got 3 in a row. So, through the chair, council is being presented with an amendment to the 2026 master rates bylaw schedule. The rate schedule is presented annually and establishes all rates for applicable services available. At times, amendments may be necessary to adjust costs or add lines that were not initially identified and included. As such, the following amendments are currently being proposed. The addition of calcium chloride dust abatement, The amendment consideration reflects the addition of the cost of the calcium chloride application for dust abatement. For a single application up to 200 meters, the total cost is $2,250 at $11.25 per meter. And administration's proposing a cost split of 60-40 with the applicants. The applicant would pay $6.75 per meter, which represents the cost of the materials, and the county would pay the remaining, or cover the remaining $4.50 per meter, representing the labor and equipment cost. Any lengths beyond the 200 meters would be charged at 100% cost to the applicant, so $11.25 per meter. The second amendment proposed is the addition of a fee waiver clause. Cypress County issues road right-of-ways and utility construction permits to utility providers undertaking installation, replacement, or maintenance of infrastructure within county road allowances. These activities typically require permitting and related fees in accordance with county bylaws or fee schedules. Some utility providers operating within Cypress County are organized and registered as cooperatives, such as water and gas co-ops. And these entities are often locally focused and provide essential services to rural residents, agricultural operations, and other areas. Other utility operations or operators include the neighboring municipalities would waive their associated fees if Cypress County would waive ours. Allowing the CAO to waive the fees would allow Cypress County to reduce administrative barriers for cooperative infrastructure projects, provide cooperative benefits when accommodating county lead projects, and strengthen regional partnerships with neighboring municipalities. Administration is recommending that bylaw 2026-10, being a bylaw of the Cypress County to establish fees for information, goods, and services provided by or on behalf of the county, be given all 3 readings today.
Joe?
I will move the first one, that council move first reading of bylaw 2026/10.
Any questions on the bylaw? Vote. It's carried. Somebody, Gary's moving second. Vote. It's carried. Robin's moving to have third, unanimous. Vote. That's carried. Blaine's moving third. Vote. Gary. That's carried. Okay, I guess, well, we're on to your third one now, 12.3.
All right. So through the chair, administration is seeking council's direction regarding a letter from Pam Deman requesting a courtesy adjustment to her water utility bill for the period of January 1st to February 27th, 2026, due to an unusually high water consumption related to a sprinkler line break on her property. Administration received a written request from Pam Deman, a resident of Desert Bloom, for a courtesy adjustment to her bill. Ms. Deman's property experienced a sprinkler line break that went unnoticed for approximately 7 to 10 days, resulting in unusually high water consumption. The sprinkler system had been professionally winterized in the fall, but was accidentally turned on and left running, which resulted in the line break. Ms. Deman acknowledges responsibility for the water usage, but has requested that council consider a courtesy adjustment to the bill of half the total, approximately $1,500, or a reduced rate of billing such as the base cost of water. Ms. Deman has been a resident of Cypress County since 2011, previously owning pasture land in the county prior to that time. She is retired and lives alone, and notes that she hosts 2 young athletes who play for SAHA, providing them with accommodation as a way to support the sporting community. Some administration comments. Water is billed based on actual metered consumption. The property owners are generally responsible for any water usage occurring on their properties, including any leaks beyond the meter. Council may wish to consider one of the following approaches. No adjustment to the billed amount and upholding Council's water and sewer bylaw. Partial reduction of the bill by 50% or a reduced water rate. Or alternative payment arrangements for the amount due, giving the resident more time to pay her amount. And our recommendation is that no adjustments be made to the utility bill, as any type of reduction or adjustment will set a precedent for future reduction requests from residents.
Thank you. I know we've had these in the past and we haven't, unfortunately, we haven't helped out. We didn't want to set precedents because it is up to the owner's responsibility to. Sometimes you just don't notice, but I do remember the last one. I think we had it filled the basement up and it was quite a big water bill on that one, but we didn't do anything, so. But somebody wants to make.
Gary had his hand up.
I would suggest under this circumstance, we reduce the bill by 50%.
That's your motion? Robin?
I guess just to Councillor Proctor, with regards to this, why would we reduce it by 50%, like this time versus another? Like, I look at it and I go, we're not an insurance policy. I know it sucks. It's not great. I'd be fully supportive of alternate payment arrangements. Like if they want to do so much per month and do it over 6 months or something like that, I'd be fine with. And then we're kind of working with them. But I have a hard time. Like if I go away on a holiday for a week, my insurance policy dictates that I have people checking in on my house while I'm gone in order to make sure that something like this doesn't happen. To have a line that breaks and runs for a week that's a significant amount of time that you're not paying attention to what's going on.
You got to use your mic.
From what I gather, the line was leaking outside, not inside. Also, insurance will not pay for the cause of the problem, only the damage resulting from the problem. So she doesn't qualify for insurance.
Mr. Brost?
Well, I have to agree with Councillor Kirby-White. Unfortunately, this is an accident and out of our control. We have a bylaw for that reason. So I would also agree that to show some heart, we could offer a payment arrangement, but unfortunately, we can't discredit the fact that there was a loss of water and we have to pay for that water.
That could be a different motion. I have a motion on the floor right now to reduce it for 50%. Any other questions on that motion? Vote. Rob?
I keep doing it. I would all have to vote again. See, I'm the only one. Like, how is it? I had them first.
Oh. Okay, that's not carried. Would somebody like to make a different motion? Well, we don't have to, but it was discussed.
I would move that we can work with the homeowner to arrange an alternative payment arrangement for the amount due.
Do you need any clarification? Or?
That's for staff to work out.
So through the chair, I actually did talk to the customer, and we did offer a payment plan. But I gave her also the alternative to apply to council to get a reduction of the bill. She wasn't prepared at that time to do the payment plan, so she went the option of actually going to council and getting the bill reduced. It is consumption past the meter. We typically do not It's no different than the break that we had just down the road from here, just down from the fire hall. I would love to ask the city of Medicine Hat for a rebate on a pipe break. Unfortunately, that is not the case. We are a customer, and so therefore we have to pay for what we use. So we are definitely very much willing to work with the customer on a repayment plan, and that's, that goes without saying. Not required, no. It is, we offered it up front, but we also offered the other option because she wasn't really willing to do the payment plan at that point in time. So I said, well, you have every right to apply to council and do that. So,
Okay.
so yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so with that, I'll just rescind my motion.
Okay. Thank you, Dustin. Okay, so we're on to 13.1. We'll let you sit down with a broken foot since Paul was pushing you to the side. Is that an HR thing? Yep. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. For you now is the operations report for the first quarter. This photo is just showing our finished project in 7 persons, so with the upgrades to the truck fill, and this project also included force main to the lagoon replacement, and that has successfully been completed on budget. You can see there in the photo the concrete pad, which is heated, and the pavement area there before it was all just dirt. For our utility section, just run through this. A lot of it's related to asset management, but there's about 150 safe work procedures reviewed and updated internally at the first part of the year. 20 annual reports were completed and submitted, and these are for Alberta Environment. The Walsh and Irvin Clearwell were cleaned and inspected, and they were completed in the first quarter. Maintenance was completed on 33 portable pump stations, distribution pumps. The sanitary sewer backup generator for 7 persons was installed and commissioned and put back to normal operation. Also completed our regular maintenance or meter reading compliance testing and preventative maintenance for all the valves and hydrants in the hamlets. And it was also noted the repair to water main break in the Bull's Head subdivision in Dunmore here last month. And with this repair, everything went really smoothly as far as notification and isolating that repair and putting it back into service in a timely manner. The biggest thing we had to wait for was the testing to get approved from the province, which had to be in Calgary for that. So we're required to hot shot a sample up there for that. And we're looking at ways to improve that lag time in the future so we can get service back quickly for the residents. Hilda Water Plant PLC, that is the brains of the water plant, was replaced and now fully commissioned. And just an update on the Dunmore sanitary sewer project that we have started. And a little bit of advancement on this initiative. We're meeting with the city on the 10th of April here to discuss the options of connecting to the city system. And just to start the conversation there, we're also looking at grant opportunities and be providing council with an update in a future meeting here. This is just a photo of the Irvin Clearwell. We have to inspect this from time to time. It is a structural members there that needs to be inspected for cracks, leaks, anything like that. There's sand that is built up from just the line itself. So this is happens every other year, typically. Just capacity facts there. The Suffield, the new clear well is about 1,500 cubic meters. Irvin's clear well is about 1,350, and Walsh is about 150. So just a few more on here. The Dunmore, there's 2 in Dunmore, one up on the Eagle Ridge and one down here at Dunmore. Dunmore just down the road here. 2,400 cubic meters on each one of those. And our Schuler and Hilda's, Schuler is about 110 cubic meters and 140 for Hilda. So you can see we probably got a day's worth of water in some areas and 3 or 4 days worth in the newer areas. It's just the inquiries with our billing. We just keep track of all the calls and whatnot. Wasn't nothing or not too many things that stood out here. Just other issues would be maybe calls related to water from co-ops or sometimes elk water calls, so we don't manage that water. And pass this over to Manager Collins here for this portion.
Mr. Hawk?
I'll bring this up through water, Mr. Chair, to COL. I signed an agreement with the outfit to put the water lines from coming up through pipeline grazing, going to Suffield, to Ralston, I mean. I'd requested 2 fire hydrants locations. I'd like our fire chief to give me his recommendations where he'd like them, because I don't want to say set one here and he would maybe be more suited over here, just so I know. Please.
She's a little way out there.
Good afternoon, Council. I'll continue on here with our Q1 report here in transportation. We got contract services out for tender. We've got roadside mowing. We got Cavan Lake and Sandy Point campgrounds. They're out as well. Same with our Hamlet maintenance. And our Lee pit and Stony pit, gravel crushing. We're in the process of awarding that one right now. So, and we also got our heavy equipment hourly rates, and our gravel hauling contract services are out. And that one actually just closed here the other day, so we still have to go through that yet. And as well, we got our calcium chloride dust abatement. That's also being advertised on our website and Cypress Courier for our spring application. Moving on into our general road maintenance, we got our grading operations are ongoing as a part of routine maintenance, as well as our snow removal and any sanding required as per our winter maintenance policy. But it's been pretty easy on us this year for that. So, industry impacts, we've had 19 road use agreements. Overall, our industry contractors and developers, they've been following our agreement requirements. Their contracts they've got to follow. So, and we've had 66 sign repairs and installations throughout the county in the first quarter. And going to our permits issued, as usual, our high hitter there is our non-ag, so anything commercial, crane moves, over dimensional on the 120, any of that, that's what hits the non-ag part there. So moving on into our aggregates resource management update. So we will be crushing at the Stony and the Lee pit. Each of those pits, we're going to put up 55,000 tons per at each pit there. So, and then our Stony pit class 1 registration, as well as our Dodge pit, they both have been approved. So that's good. And I'm still investigating at the Murray pit there, trying to get a plan together. Maybe possibly do reclamation, maybe get one more crush out of that pit.
Okay. Mr. Hawk?
Who's doing the QC? Or got an outfit doing it along with us, or?
Yeah, we do the QC as well. We'll follow up with the QA as well. which county will hire out to do the checkup. Every 10,000 tons, we'll do a QA. And then they're required to do every 2,500 tons of QC.
Okay.
Moving on to waste and recycling collection, our transfer sites, just our routine maintenance activities. Yeah, just carrying on as usual there. We submitted our e-waste to Alberta Recycling Management Authority. Those are all done every quarter, and the e-waste we'll see around that $1,800 we'll get per quarter for that. And then as for activity in our transfer sites, as you can see, Dunmore is as usual, our highest activity there. And our transportation infrastructure concerns logged, I'm just going to go right down. Our biggest one was our road concerns, and that's just your typical washboard, any washouts, muddy roads, or anything like that. Moving into fleet, we've had 58 repairs completed, 74 services completed, 11 commercial vehicle inspections completed, no major repairs. I've been also working with various departments to prepare equipment for the seasonal operations. And that's the end of my report. Any questions?
Anybody besides Mr. Hawk have any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Brost.
I've just noticed that we've been out and we've looking for, or had some job applications out there. We got them all filled, or we got all our manpower lined up? Or how are we making out there?
No, we're making out okay. We're still got some that are out, but a lot for seasonal, for our oiling crew and our gravel haul and mowing and that kind of thing. So those will be getting filled here pretty quick, but all looks good.
Any other questions? Oh, my buddy. Okay, thank you.
Moving right along with facilities. A few of the projects have been mentioned before, but I'll just touch on them. We're working with our asset management group to just finish all the community halls and fire buildings and all the data required for their 25-year plan. As well, for the first bit, we focused on those buildings first, and now we've got quotes to complete all the remaining buildings, and these range from everything from pump stations to any structures out there that has a roof, envelope, you name it, kind of thing. So hopefully by summer we'll have 100% of our buildings completed for that. We issued an hourly electrical mechanical HVAC service contract for emergency calls and when needed. We added some lighting in North Yard building to help improve with our early mornings. It's dark coming off the road there. And we did some renovation and looked after the contractors to do the internal projects there. We developed a formal building inspection forms with our safety department. And we touched on Elk Water earlier here. We replaced some outside lights around the building there, the greater shop. The failed heating boiler was replaced, and as well as the doors were replaced at the Irvin Fire Station. Weather damage, we had met with our insurance adjuster for one of our canvas buildings over here for sand shed. Just some tears and that we're working through, and we went through most of our buildings with regards to weather stripping. These are stuff that we're trying to get progressive at instead of reactive, but there's a lot of things that come up that are still reactive, like failing this and failing that. So I just wanted to touch on that. And we got 2 building demos or houses, one in Schuler, one in Hilda, for the tax recovery properties that we're working on. I think this week they're planning to remove those. Just to touch on the capital projects, I included a little pie chart there just to include the budget. And I'll do this now for our quarterly reports on each of these capital projects. The first one there is scheduled to be started in Q2. It's black and white trail. There's a bridge culvert on that project too, as well as a grade revision. The next one, we recently, last week, completed all 8 bridge projects for rehabilitation, and Boker completed that. So these were all completed on time and on budget. The blue part of the pie chart is the budget section. The orange section there is what has been spent so far. Robinson Cooley, the projects starting in Q2. Okay, just our Suffield water line and pump station and reservoir project is slowly moving. At this stage, we're waiting for some mechanical systems to arrive here this month for the inside. The bottom left picture shows the inside of the building, just waiting for all those pipes and the mechanical to go in, all the computer systems for the pump station. A little bit of outside work remaining there as well. And just a budget pulse there. Everything's looking good there, finishing up the project. This is a picture underneath. I thought we'd throw this in here to give you an idea what the clear well looks like. And pretty soon that'll be full of water. Township Road 120 grading and bridge project. This one's along where the Interfin power line got approved. Now it's TransAlta, I believe. We have some issues there with one of their structures in the way, so we're working with them to adjust anything required for this project to get ready for tender. This also has a stip bridge project that will be included in that project. The next 3 are the paving projects that we have scheduled this year. The last one in Hilda, we are talking with Alberta Transportation regarding an upcoming project they have scheduled next year up in the area. By deferring this project and waiting for that time, we will realize some significant savings in that project. So I don't have all the details at this time, but I'll bring it forward to another meeting. And the first 2 will be tendered separately in the coming weeks. And here's a picture of some of the bridge work that's been completed in progress of the repairs. The top left one shows a banding of the piles, and I believe that one, the cap was replaced. The pile cap is the bottom left picture there. It was slid in there when they temporarily lift those concrete girders up to replace that rotten cap. Just an update on the Urban Community Sports Arena project. The design is going quite well. The dasher boards are part of the design, which are the hockey boards, and the slab itself and the ice plant. And nothing out of the ordinary has come up for out of scope work here, so we're hoping to bring back a project update to council in the near future. We're also looking for grant sources for this project. And we have one small project, is a Schuler roof. And we're looking at prices there. It was brought up in the past, maybe looking at metal. Might, with our budget that we have, we might be able to get a metal roof on there instead of the shingles. I guess that's it. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Ms. McKenzie?
Through the chair, any idea when the Hilda project would be going through? Like, is it going to be finished this year, or are you the whole thing's being postponed till 27?
We're in discussions with AT on that project that's coming up, and it's a paving project that's adjacent there. So it will save a lot of money by incorporating the 2 working together on that initiative. So it likely probably be next year.
Perfect. That's all I wanted to know. I figured that's what you said, but I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Hawk?
And through the chair, thank you. Just a quick note on the Hilda and Schuler accesses. We've been informed by Alberta Transportation that they are coming to the ownership of the county. So part of the paving project, I believe, at the Hilda will be, they're giving us the roads back with the fresh coat of asphalt on them, so the roads will be reconditioned, and that's part of the reason for waiting for next year on the Hilda one in particular. We do have a small paving project, and if they're going to be out there, it'll be much cheaper for us to do it, but we will be taking possession of both of those roads probably inside the next 24 months would be my guess. And no, we didn't have any choice.
No, I know.
Okay. No other questions? Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. 14.1. It's for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is regarding council remuneration. Council direct administration to complete a study of council remuneration throughout rural Alberta. Council motion 2026-077, that council direct administration to research provincial trends regarding council remuneration and bring back to a future meeting. Administration reviewed 34 rural municipalities, approximately 50% of all rural municipalities, which we believe would represent a fair and accurate analysis and a large enough statistical sample of council remuneration in rural Alberta to achieve accurate data on which council can make an informed decision. Two methodologies are currently employed throughout Alberta. The first method by which councillors are remunerated is by honorarium with separate top-up meeting pay, similar to what this council does today. And the second method is by honorarium, typically a large sum without top-up meeting pay, otherwise known as just a straight salary. The average Reeve Mayor rural monthly compensation of those reviewed was $6,424.25 monthly, or $77,091 annually. This number represents an all-in number inclusive of base and top-up remuneration. The average councillor rural monthly compensation of those reviewed was $4,546.93, or $54,563.24 annually. Again, this number representing an all-in number inclusive of base and top-up remuneration. Deputy Reeve Mayor compensation was in many cases splitting the difference between Reeve and Mayor and councillor compensation. The Cypress County 2024 audited financial statement showed Reeve and Mayor monthly compensation at $4,412.33, or $52,948 annually. In the Cypress County 2024 audited financial statement showed councillor average monthly compensation at $3,017.33, or $36,212.75. We use 2024 audits because that's the last audit data that we have. 2025 audits will be out sometime in the next 30 days. But I don't think if everybody went up cost of living over the last year, numbers should still stay relatively, that's the separation should remain relatively the same. Administration would propose the council determine whether they're satisfied with current levels of compensation or direct administration to amend current policy to reflect a different method and or different formula for council compensation. There are several municipalities that have moved to straight salary for their elected officials. The primary advantage of straight salary is it becomes much more convenient for both councillors and administration to track and record council remuneration. The primary disadvantage is not all councillors bear the same workload, and potential issues of equitable pay for equitable work may arise from time to time. The base and meeting pay system is a tried and true method that's been employed for many years in the majority of rural municipalities. Its advantage is that it compensates councillors for municipal activity and accurately reflects their actual workload. The disadvantage is that it is much more difficult to track and record. Cost and source of funding for any of this will be out of the annual operating budget, and our recommendation is the council determines their preference on compensation systems and determines where Cypress County councillor compensation should be generally, and direct administration to return to council with recommendations based upon council's determinations, and these recommendations would form the basis of a new councillor compensation policy. What we are suggesting is that to determine where you think you should end up on an annual basis, and we'll come back with several scenarios based on increased or decreased base pay, increased or decreased meeting pay. We'll put that formula together based on where you think you should currently be. As you can see, we are currently, in terms of the averages, we are currently about 25,000 a month or annually average below Reeve mayor pay on an annual basis, and we're approximately $18,000 below the average on councillor pay. So these are below averages. These aren't, we're not at average, we're not above average. We're actually below the monthly average, and you can look at the list of counties that we surveyed, and as backup, I have added the audited financial statement sheets from each of those municipalities indicating. So those are gross numbers with everything in. Some of them are straight salary, some are salary and top-up meeting. We've included to give raw data, and at that point, you could determine and tell us where you think you should be, or are you happy where you are, and then we can come back probably in the next month or two with formulas, potentially 3 scenarios that would bring you up or bring you down, and if you're happy with your, then that's a motion we could live with as well.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Nobody else is going to talk, I will. A couple things. First of all, I don't want salary, because I think that's very unfair to some who have all kinds of things and some who don't do anything, or as much. Not anything, but sorry. So I'm not on board with that. When I read this, I was kind of shocked that we were on average $20,000 less than most people a year that do the same job. So I wouldn't be opposed to raising it a little bit. Do I have a number in mind? No, I do not.
Mr. Proctor?
I think we should be paid for what we do, but I think as councillors, we should be given the opportunity to do our job and work.
Mr. Kirby?
I think I appreciate you coming forward with the information. I think that it does kind of give us a snapshot as to where we're at, and it's not a fun conversation necessarily to have, but it is one that's important because the amount of work that we do is significant. And I think to some of the, like even November, I think there were 15, 20 days that were specific to council. I think that our per diem is pretty close to where it should be at, but I think that the base that we operate off of could be adjusted at some point. At the end of the day, we want to be, this isn't just about us being on council right now, it's also about attracting other people that look at this and go, hey, this isn't a full-time job, it is still a part-time job, but it still needs to be worth doing. And there's a lot of times where we don't have evenings and weekends and we're sacrificing time with family. And so I'd be open to have staff come back with kind of a breakdown of options that gets us closer towards that average. I think that we have specifically set a target with our tax rate that gives us value and return. And I think that as council, it wouldn't take much to feel a difference, and going up to the average wouldn't necessarily hurt to have a look at.
Mr. Brost, do you want this?
Well, yeah, I guess I can say so. I agree with Robin there. I mean, I personally think what we're being compensated for is fairly adequate. I also do feel that Robin made a great point that it does take a toll on our own businesses and our own life sometimes. So that's a value that needs to be compensated for. So I would entertain the idea of maybe some kind of a formulation put together from administration that would help us better align with the average, maybe. If that makes any sense.
Mr. Want?
Yeah, I like the idea of the base rate going up, for sure. I think we receive a fair wage when we go to our meetings. And, so I guess my question would be, whatever we decide, that would cover mileage too, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Want, note your mileage is predetermined through a separate policy. This would just be dealing with councillor honorarium / salary. It's all this would be dealing with. I would also add that on the meeting pay, we saw the very last appendix that I've included with this is that the same municipalities and how they break their pay down, and you'll see that some municipalities are paying as high as $650 per meeting, some are $450 a meeting, some are significantly less. If the will of council is to stay around the average, then we can certainly come back with several scenarios with increased base pay staying the same, increased meeting pay, and maybe some formulation of that. One of the questions, and you'll see that many of them in that last appendix, many of them are using meeting pay and also half-day pay. So you could meet at a council meeting all day, and then you could go to an evening meeting and get a half-day meeting pay because you did something else. Or if you only did a half-a-day meeting, less than 4 hours is what many of them use, you'd only get half-day, half-day pay. So there are other options that are there, and I don't know that it's valuable to get into that now, but we certainly can come back with some scenarios. If average is where, if those numbers, and what we would do is take that number of 54,563, which is the average, and we'd probably increase that by about 4% because the 2025 audited financial statements will show an increase in obviously cost of living for 2026. So I'm guessing we'll take that and add 4%, and that's probably what the new, be real close to what the new average is.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Okay. C.A. Hogan, I assume that with this, you probably for your own staff go through and do an assessment on where we're at with our own wages. Like, regardless of, right now, this is coming up as a council conversation, but I think that this should probably be kind of worked into just a general every couple of years whenever that staff matrix is looked at, that it should be looked at specifically with council. Unfortunately, because of councilors looking at our own stuff, like this should be in the pipeline every couple of years anyway, so that it doesn't look like a whole bunch of people sitting behind a desk giving themselves a raise. This should be a part of a greater system that is automatically looked at. And is there a way to tie this in potentially with our own internal review on where our staffing is at?
We certainly could. We do a staff salary review probably on a tri-annual basis. We just completed one last year. I'll let General Manager Taves speak to it, but we do try to set ourselves, I think, about 20% above average. Position dependent, and we don't want to be the highest paid, we don't want to be the lowest paid, we want to be able to attract good talent. I would suggest that philosophy probably is wise for council as well. You don't want to be the lowest, you don't want to be the highest, but you also need to be compensated for what you do. Years ago, at another municipality, council asked us, they gave us, they tracked for 90 days or hours, and phone calls, et cetera, and we found that some councillors were making $6, $7 an hour for the time spent. I'm not suggesting that anybody's in it for the money, because that's clearly, I think most people here are actually sacrificing to be here as opposed to making anything. But I also think that people have to be fairly compensated for the time, the energy, and the many challenges that come up with this kind of work. But with that, I'll let General Manager Taves speak.
Thanks. I almost made council. No, I'm just teasing. Absolutely, and I think probably ultimately appropriate for this to be reviewed. We do look at salaries annually and then implement a rebase. So when you go and build a grid and you have kind of a range in that grid, it's quite a bit of work to rebase. So we use things like COLA or CPI, Consumer Price Index, to increase those salaries annually. And then eventually, because of hot skills or what's going on in other departments, and I would propose that council would be on a more frequent basis, because they can change more quickly than an employment market. It'd be more appropriate to more frequently rebase opposed to just put COLA on, because clearly the salaries that Mr. Hogan has assembled, the Cypress County is woefully light if you want it to be considered at a market rate. So you do it more frequently.
Anybody else? Mr. Ritz?
I think this probably is in line to be looked at. I think our lives have all got busier over the last 2 or 3 years with council activities. And for myself, I know that it does take a certain amount of time away from your own business. And I don't think there's any of us around the table that would disagree with that, because we're working full-time at home, and then we're doing this in addition to. And sometimes it gets pretty tough to manage everything at home and make sure everything's good there, and then come here and expect to, be prepared to contribute intelligently at this table. So, I'm certainly not opposed to looking at this and considering it and having an increase.
And Mr. Reeve, I'd add that this business has gotten much more complicated than it was 20 years ago. Much more complicated, and I think we're only at the bottom of that curve. I think it's going to get much more complicated as municipalities are increasingly faced with downloading from the province, decreased grant funding from the province, increased expectations, in terms of the social aspect, affordable housing, et cetera, et cetera. All those things are going to create significant more workload for councillors in terms of the time that you're going to have to spend either in council or in other meetings to meet the often growing expectations of the provincial and the federal government. Coming into force right away are the new amendments to the Municipal Government Act that Mr. Williams announced only a week ago. They are going to add even more workload for both staff and administration to be able to manage the legislated requirements of the provincial government. This is not just, here's some things that your staff can do. These are going to be things everybody's going to have to do. And for example, the sunshine list that's going to come out. We are going to have to track on a monthly basis anybody who makes over $133,900, I think the number is. That number will have to be reported back to the province on a regular basis. So we're going to have staff time spent doing that, and the natural persons powers that's now coming back. They've certainly taken some of the edge off it from what they had announced in May of last year, but that's now coming back into force again and will require some other things. In terms of, as Councillor Kerpwhite indicated, some kind of review system, many councils do many different things, some as simple as making a decision for themselves, and other councils actually have citizen advisory committees set up that they were the ones that will review and recommend to council what council remuneration should be. I'll leave it to council to what that would be. We'll certainly, as part of this, come back with some options for council to how this would be reviewed, but there are many who do it that way, and there are many who just make the decision on their own. And of course, it's always difficult for council to talk about the remuneration because it can be a challenging conversation oftentimes with residents and ratepayers. But if I'm hearing correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, we want to come back with some options regarding roughly around the average. If that's, is that a fair statement? Okay.
I believe that's what's, I was just going to add to everybody's here that I don't think anybody on this council came in here to make money or to do it for the money. But what Robin said on trying to bring people in next election, you're looking for the best you can get in here, and there's a lot of good people out there that just are not going to put their name forward because they're not going to take the time to lose a day's wage to come in to do it. And it's not that they don't want to do that, it's they can't afford to do that. They're out there, they're making good money, they need to go to work 5 days a week. So and I understand it, because every day that I come into council, I'm missing money I can't bill for when I'm out there. So it's a hard subject to have. I know ratepayers are going to come at us for it, but I think it's one that needs to happen. And we've shown how low we are on the on the scale we've held out for so long, it's time to look into what we can do to treat people fairly. But is that, you have your marching orders? You're good with it? Anybody else? You don't need a motion, you just need... You're good? Okay. Does anybody have any questions on it?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, potentially we should have just a council move administrative recommendation.
Yeah, that was just going to, we need to do that. Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Oh, which one is it? The council direct administration?
Yeah, administration's recommendation.
Okay. Everybody's clear on? Vote. That's carried. All right, some glasses, I can see this. Before we go to 14.2, we'll take a 2-minute break. Can see everybody's got their legs crossed here. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order.
Thank you. Through the chair, before you, we have the Q1 Ledge Services report. Yeah, so pretty self-explanatory. Council meetings, there was 5, 3 public hearings, and 3 delegations we had in Q1. There was 5 new bylaws, 2 pending, 2 repealed, and 2 are in draft. There might be a couple more in draft at this point. Policies, 3 were rescinded, and there's been 6 new or amended policies in Q1. To bring to council's attention on, we did receive a subdivision and development appeal against the Development Authority, so that's been scheduled for Tuesday, April 14th at 10 a.m. The Development Authority denied the development permit 2629 for the placement of an accessory building shop in Dunmore. This is one that was administration. I don't believe it went to council. And yeah, now up next is communications.
Thank you very much. Here's communications report for Q1. For the first time ever, I get to announce to you the social media went down. Let's actually look at this as a good thing, because there was no major incidents. That is what drives most of our traffic. So the fact that Facebook is down, and also that's down from Q4, not from last year's Q1. Last year's Q1, it's actually quite similar. Facebook for fire services down 18%, Instagram down 35%, LinkedIn down 21%, YouTube up. Everybody's watching these meetings a lot more, so that's, I guess, good. Good to have that. Top posts. There was one on the scene, the issue that had 40,000 views, but really it's our job opportunities lately that's been driving a lot of our social media. Social projects, we just actually did some more with our internal communications newsletter. We're developing SharePoint intranet a little more, which is great to see. Of course, regular website, business cards, nameplates, that kind of stuff. Typical special projects. And typical advertising. Of course, as everybody knows, we have the back page of the Cypress Courier every week, and that one in particular was a very busy one. So lots of things going on, lots of things, notices, and appeal hearings and stuff like that. So if anybody has any questions. Oh, media relations too, of course, the usual in the news post.
Mr. Kirby.
Thanks, Sean. Great job with everything. I want to say thank you to you and to Leslie Ann for getting that post up so quickly with Tabor. That was awesome. I don't know, obviously the direction that you guys get from administration is important, but I think that utilizing our social media in order to help promote and enhance that community and regional relationship is a positive thing. That was a good news thing this last weekend, so thank you.
Yep. Social media happens 24/7, as we all know.
Any other questions, comments?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Okay. We were on to 15.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Members of the council, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, the only thing to report in correspondence was the notice of project cancellation of the Buffalo Trail Wind project. That's been canceled, and no development will be proceeding there.
Okay. Mayor and council reports. Since the last one, I actually had a busy week last week. Had quite a few meetings with ratepayers, lots of people interested in what's going on at Dunmore Junction, stuff like that. So very positive going on there. There's lots to come forward. Nothing that can really be discussed, but a lot of meetings that went on. I don't think I had any board meetings. I left my list at home. Told you that earlier. So I'll start with Keith down there, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so after council last 2 weeks ago, on the 25th, I had Egg Service Board meeting, and the big thing that came out of that was the desire of Connie Kapler to extend a program to go into the kids at the school and talk about agriculture, and looking fairly positive for her. That afternoon, I took in the Economic Task Force meeting. That was our final meeting, and looking forward to the report that's going to come out of that. Other than that, it was pretty quiet, council-wise, so.
Thank you, Mr. Ritz. Mr. Vossler?
No meetings for me, several phone calls about Highway 3, and then also with some deteriorating roads throughout the county, and that's been about it.
Thank you. Mr. Kirpywhite?
I don't think I've had any meetings, just a few phone calls, and the rest of them were just kind of passing along the kudos to different staff members, people like Joe and his team coming out, and actually did have a couple conversations with the Urban Ag Society, some of the guys from out there. Again, complimenting you and your staff as you guys continue to have conversations with them on the upcoming project and where they're at. And I think that we're doing a lot of the right things right now. We're getting that new way of thinking, that new way of doing things is going to really sink in over the next few years.
Mr. Brost?
Yeah, not a whole bunch myself either. I had an ASB meeting on the 26th. A few conversations with some ratepayers. Actually got some news from the people up at the Clearwater Hall that they've done a really good overhaul of the hall and got it fixed up, and looking forward to getting some functions going there, so they're pretty excited. So other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Hawk?
I had Ag Service Board meeting, like Councilor Ritz said. Connie Kapler and Kyle Forbes are behind a little mission to putting education into the schools about ag. She did a really good presentation to us, and it's quite interesting. Then me and Councilor Watt had one of our famous landfill meetings, and that we may discuss more in closed. And some phone calls about Highway 3 and a few about roads, and that's about it.
Thank you. Ms. McKenzie?
I had a policy meeting for Cypress View Foundation, which we have all the policies in order at that place. So I basically had lunch with one of the Red Cliff councilors and one of the city councilors. It was lovely. Then on Friday, I think it was, or Thursday, Petra from Shortgrass asked if I would attend this meeting. They were brought out a bunch of new legislation for the Libraries Act, and we were part of this meeting, and some of the questions that the librarians were asking was, this one got me. What consultations were conducted with the libraries? And the response was, he doesn't know. So that shows you how much thought was put into this. But anyway, the 55 books that they wanted to pull from schools are now, they want to restrict them in public libraries too. And I'm not sure, this is my interpretation of what I heard that day, was that they want us to go back to being like Blockbuster, where they have the curtain for the adult section behind the curtain that kids couldn't go to, and anybody under the age of 15 can't go into that room. And they have no idea how it's being policed. There's no extra money being put in to take on for librarians to do this extra work for them. So it's interesting. But I'm pretty sure that CAO Hogan had sent us out all an email of the new regulations for the Libraries Act. So anyway, and that was it. And then today.
Mr. Wand?
Well, it's quieted down since the last time. The only exciting thing, besides the regular meetings, was at another Elkwater Community Association meeting. And it was quite interesting. There was a lot of talk about when we were at that meeting with Peter Swain, a month ago, 2 months ago. Yeah, January, and lots of conversations.
Mr. Proctor?
One meeting at 7 persons, or AGM, I should say. They have their final price for their furnace at 70, furnace and HVAC, 70,000. Jody advised that there's $150,000 approved, so that will just go forward. They're getting prices on the electrical to accommodate the HVAC. I don't think we've done a report since the last PEP meeting in Medicine Hat. Just under 80,000 was given to the Community Foundation for veterinarian student scholarships and also veterinarian incentives to stay in small communities. There is a conference jointly between PEP and Global, and we were to attend that. As of so far, I have not got permission to attend that meeting. That concludes my report.
Anybody else have anything or any questions on it?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, I believe a year ago-ish, the 7 persons furnaces came to council, and if memory serves me correct, that amount at that time was around $300,000. The council reduced it back to the original motion, which was $60,000 council or county infusion of cash, and paired with a $60,000 CFIP grant. So I've just got Mr. Taves double checking those numbers, and maybe Mr. Cartwright has them as well.
Sorry, yes. On the May 6, 2025 council meeting, approved motion at that time was council supports the 7 persons in district community associations CFIP application of $300,000 to upgrade furnaces, with the county contributing $150,000 funded from the building replacement reserve fund. But it was contingent on the CFIP funding.
Yeah. Did they apply for the CFIP grant this year?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Bosler?
So they didn't apply for the CFIP grant because the time for it had already passed by that point, so they would be, I think the next funding for it is in fall, if I believe, correct? If I'm wrong? I'm not sure.
Yes, sorry, through the chair, I know there's 2 streams. So the large one, which is up to the $1 million mark, which this I don't think would be now, that one is still open until May. There are 2 intakes, I believe, with the small grant. I'll have to check what the timeline is around that.
Yeah, because I do believe it would be now applicable under the small grant is what they were looking at, so, yeah.
Mr. Kirby-White?
Just as kind of a question stemming from the report, with regards to the 7 persons hall, and advise me if this should be enclosed, but I guess what I'm kind of hoping to get some clarity, because I know that initially we had some ideas as to what it was going to be costing, and then I need CAO Hogan with us on this one. I'll just give him a sec. Sorry, I just want you with me because I need to make sure I'm on the same page. So what I'm looking for right now is just some clarity on, over the last few years, we've kind of gone outside of our purchasing policy when it came down to 7 persons hall specifically. And I understand some of the conversations and work that Councillor Proctor's been doing. I just want to understand where are we currently right now, and the quotes that he's specifically that the association has come up with, how does that fall in line with our purchasing policy, our process? I'm happy to hear of progress on stuff. I also want to understand how it fits in the policy, and if it doesn't, do we need to look at it? I want to know that we're still doing things the right process, while at the same time
finding the best pricing for our people so that we're not operating outside of our procedures.
Just to kind of kick that off a bit, this is interesting. I went back to the 2024 budget for 7 persons, and council at that time approved a $125,000 project. Furnaces, air conditioning at $74,200 and $25,000 for the 3-phase tours. So sounds like what was old is kind of new again. And I know the project had some creep. GM Cartwright has all of the information on that. The other question in there of purchasing policy. So we have our purchasing and procurement. While if we're giving people grant money, they're not bound by our policy, clearly. If we're doing the policy, we sure are, though. Into the future, it would be good if, over the years, talking to the associations, we always say that it would be in their best interest to, this is how we do it, and we would ask that they would use those public funds as best they can, and that's why our purchasing policies, so they're not bound to them, but we just encourage them to use those as their template moving forward as well.
Yep.
So is it safe to say that the ballooning, that's okay. The ballooning that you're describing, when we went from kind of that 120 up into the 400,000 range prior to coming back down, did that happen within our processes, or was it? I'm just looking for some clarity, because I know that there was some, I'm going to call it, involvement that may have potentially misled that process, and this is a good time to kind of have that conversation so that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, oh, sorry if there's, good to go, okay. And actually, this is almost worthy of a presentation probably to this point, because we're starting to get, gets a very convoluted timeline, convoluted in terms of basically different actors and everybody who's been involved with this. But stemming back to, I think it was 2023, a previous councillor at a meeting at the community association was made aware that furnaces are getting old. Original to the facility, they're 40-some years old, at some point are going to need to be replaced. And at that time, took it upon himself to go out and get some quotes, budgetary-wise. And I think there was kind of some tacit implication to the community association members that was going to go ahead and move ahead, and those furnaces would get replaced. At the same time, there was also a scoping out of additional projects. So a desire to have air conditioning put into at least the gymnasium portion of the facility, which is the main part that's used for weddings and events and those types of things during the summer months, as well as upgrades to a potential future campground. So getting power out to there, which required 3-phase power to be brought into the facility. As part of the construction project for the fire hall, we did bring 3-phase power to the pole, basically. So it's just from sort of that portion down into the facility, which just means tapping in a new power line, upgrading the panel, and then doing whatever you need to do to get it out to the campground. So that was kind of the scope. That came into 2024. General Manager Taves already kind of detailed what that first estimate was looking at. That estimate didn't include a lot of civil work and other things that would have to happen to actually make that project succeed. This is when I got involved, so some previous direction from previous CAOs essentially was they're hitting a complexity and a level of project management that would be required. It was felt it was best for the county to take a more active role in the managing of that project. So scoped out originally with the community association, so did I guess some tours, some walkarounds with a couple members of the board out there. Brought in a consulting engineer to start a design for basically that full package of what that would look like with the upgraded 3-phase power, with the new furnaces put in, and with air conditioning brought into that facility. So we used a costing engineer with that design and the price tag came back scary. So, and absolutely, totally understand that. It was around just over $500,000. So sticker shock was very real. The Community Association was aware that they did need to have a CFIP application put in, that the funding that had been approved by council here was contingent on that CFIP grant coming through. And I think when it was getting so close, they had already passed the first stage, so an expression of interest was put in, was approved, which greenlit the application, which had to be done by the end of July of 2025 in order to see that go through. So when we got the costing estimate came back, the Community Association went, look, that's too much, we're done. I'm obviously paraphrasing a little bit, try to stay in contact with them, had let them know that we can de-scope, we can look at other ways to basically try and get done what they're getting done. The 550-ish thousand or so that first project looked at was as bomb-proof or as complete as you could get that. But there's always ways that you can kind of streamline or look at different ways to accomplish a project. Unfortunately, we never had a chance to finalize or finish that. And it really was focused at that time on air conditioning, not so much on replacement of the furnaces. That would have been part of that project, because when the HVAC that we were looking at was a complete redesign. All those furnaces would have been removed and basically replaced with one unit that did combined heating and cooling as part of the design. So that's basically where I've been left off with the Community Association and with anything in that. We've still been going in, having the inspections done on the furnaces. To my knowledge, they are still working and likely to work for a while as long as they're properly maintained.
Okay, this is good information, but this is not on the agenda. And we're bringing, Part B is coming back with the rest of the buildings and that, so we should postpone this.
But I think there's urgency to it. Sorry, if I may, just specific to the report that was made that we confirmed that the 80,000 is in the budget and that's what's getting done. I want clarity on that because from what I'm hearing, that's happening outside of what our own staff knows. That's what I just want clarity on is all.
Not without the CFIP grant, right?
So what the Community Association is currently working on, they've gone out and they've gotten a selection of quotes for furnaces and they've got a selection of quotes for electrical. And they're going to bring it in and present it to either Joe or Jody or whoever it may be, and they're going to take and they have a plan to do it at a more affordable rate, and then they want to bring it to council's attention. So that's currently what they're working on. They're going to present the scope change to us, and then we can decide at that point what to do with it. But they've found ways to bring this project from $500,000 down to $150,000. So and they feel as though they can get the work done this year at that scope change if council's okay with it. So they're still waiting, I think, on a few more quotes just on electrical because they wanted to make sure they did their due diligence and get 4 separate quotes on everything, just so that we see what it's like and what that scope is. And then it's going to come forward to either us or staff or whoever.
Okay. So it is being looked after and we don't have to, I got 2 hands up. Use your mic. Use your mic.
Before, they were led astray and told that they should be putting a concrete pad outside with a big HVAC system outside, reducting the whole building. Now they're doing apples with apples. They're simply removing the furnaces, putting new ones into place, and adding AC. Considerably cheaper. That's what they're proposing to do, yes. And because when those buildings were done, they were done so that each room was heated, so if you didn't need it, you shut it off.
Okay. That's future. Mr. Hogan, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Not 7-person specific related, but just a cautionary note to everybody. So the community halls as a non-profit entity are allowed to bid and procure work outside of the NWPTA, the New West Trade Partnership Agreement. That agreement is $75,000 worth of goods and materials, and $200,000 worth of construction. Anything over those numbers, typically in our business, has to be tendered through the Alberta Purchasing Connection website because we have to comply with the trade agreement. The issue we run into, and I'm going to seek a legal opinion on this, is when we get involved with councillors and staff members approving projects going into a building we own, which is also a bit confusing, is where do we stand on those procurement guidelines? If we own the building and we just gave cash to the nonprofit organization with 7 persons, Irvin, Suffield, whoever that might be, we don't end up inside the New West Trade Partnership Agreement. However, when we have staff members or councillors who are actively involved in researching and getting those quotes, we are now beginning to nibble into an area where the NWPTA trade agreement may apply. So I just, to everybody here, and the only reason I mention this is Councillor Vosser just mentioned they're going to come back with a new scope. I'm going to get a legal opinion as to whether they should be coming back to us with a new scope, because in theory, we should have clean hands when a community association nonprofit organizes a procurement that we are partially funding. And so I'll get an opinion on that, but right now I'm a little nervous that we're in a little deep on a couple of these projects regarding our position, AKA the New West Partnership Trade Agreement. So I'll get some answers back on that fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to bring make one thing clear, I guess, in my statement. I don't think they're bringing forward a scope, per se, of change. It's more of they're bringing forward a difference in the project, and it's essentially the county's building. They need the county's permission to take it and do a major renovation to their building. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So anything else on the council reports? We got a little deep down the rabbit hole on that one. Got away on me. But
Very, more than a rabbit hole, went down the badger.
okay, we don't need a motion for those, do we? No. Okay, I need a motion to go in camera. Mr. Brost, vote.
Hi, Della. Hi, Anna.
Have a good day.